Right, good morning everyone. Hello Christian, hello everybody. It's only 2 viewers so far, so hey Christian, yeah, rain goes up instead of down, yeah. Exactly, it is down under. Down with the Antipodeans, or however you pronounce that word. Right, good, so something slightly different. Again, Auckland to Queenstown, so somewhere that I've not been to in real life, certainly as a pilot, not even as a... yeah, not even as just a sort of tourist either, so I never got a chance to go down there, sadly, which is one of the things I sort of missed off my bucket list, but there we go. Things get in the way, you know, you sort of fail flights, and you know, what you were planning to do never happens, so there we go. So yeah, quite an interesting one this, so interesting for a couple of reasons. One, because it's an RNP AR approach down in Queenstown, which I'm sure many of you have probably seen. You've probably seen other streamers do it, and probably given it a very good go. Now, obviously, I'm not qualified for Queenstown. I don't fly for Air New Zealand. I've never been there. I don't know what their brief is. There's probably a very specific CAT-C brief for this, because it's quite an interesting, difficult place. So the SOPs probably won't be exactly like Air New Zealand do. But I'm going to sort of try and go through what I can, just to sort of at least maybe emulate what they can do as much as possible, or at least the considerations for what they need to do. So you know, there's a few things we can look at. What I'm going to do is just going to set the box up a little bit to start with, just because that's going to help me go through some of the brief. Weather outside is obviously pretty shit. It's yeah, well, it's summertime, isn't it, in bloody down under? So I mean, where's the sun? Should be nice. Should be nice blue skies and sunny. There we go. Mark, Pete, Martin, how you doing? Walk around. You'll have to check the hobbits. Gone into it. Yeah, if they kick the tyres, they might punch the bloody thing. So let's have a quick look, and there's one thing that I did want to bring up on this in terms of just a nuance. Is it a nuance? Maybe just a slight, what would you call it? Omission, I suppose, is the best word. Omission from Navigraph. So we can see here, if we zoom in, the astute people that are watching will notice this: an RMP Zulu 23AR authorization required, approach runway 23. So this is great, you know, authorization required. We can probably do this. Obviously, Air New Zealand are qualified to do this. All pretty good, as long as you've got, as long as the aircraft's certified to do it, which I have set up. So to do an RMP AR approach, you need to have LDAV selected, which you can do this in the settings. So a lot of 320 COs don't have this option, but I'm presuming that Air New Zealand have deliberately got this option for this reason. So yeah, you do need LDAV on the PFD, which appears down here. So when you're doing an RMP approach, you need lateral deviation indication as well when you're doing RMP AR. You don't need it for normal RMP, but you do need it for RMP AR. So if I put that on, so that's one of the things that we need to be considerate of. But the more astute of you will maybe notice that this approach chart isn't actually valid. Yeah, I don't know. Should I leave that in the? You know, should I leave that with you and I come back to this? Or why is it that we can't do this approach? Well, not necessarily can't do the approach, but why is this chart not valid? I'll leave that with you. So I'll come back to that in a second, because obviously I need to touch on this. But there's obviously other things to consider as well. So we've got the SOPs to consider. I'm actually going to drag this over here. Let's go. Let's try and get this sorted. Hopefully that's showing. So we've got the SOP document. Is that going to show up? No, it's not showing up, is it? No, you're not showing. You're showing the fly. I don't need that. I need the... There we go. There it's showing up. Good. So, Cat B. There we go, Christian. Oh, I knew you would bloody know it, because you know what you're doing. So, excuse me. Yeah, so it's Cat B. So we can't do this because it's a Cat B approach. However, incidentally, you can get this chart online. So it's part of the New Zealand AIP, which is free. It's free to download. It's, you know, it doesn't cost anything to get this. But we can see here that you can actually do, and this is what they do in the real life, they do RMP Yankee for runway 23. And this is Cat C and D aircraft. So this applies to the 320s, anything heavier than that. But when you actually look at the approach chart, it's identical. All the tracks and distances are identical. All the heights are identical. Everything is the same as an RMP Zulu approach, which is in the FMGC and in Navigraph, which is actually helping us out a little bit. This is good because it means we don't have to actually change anything. And in real life, you wouldn't be allowed to change anything anyway, because if you changed an RMP approach or the tracks and distances, then you technically can't actually do it. So you're not allowed to amend anything. But it's good because nothing has actually changed. There's no difference in the tracks and distances. The only difference between the RMP Zulu and the RMP Yankee is the minimums. That's it. And we're going to do RMP 0.3 today. That's what we can plan to go down to. We probably could go down to RMP 0.15. I need to have a look at the cloud base, but I think the cloud base, I think it's only overcast. Well, no, it's few at 5,500 feet. So, you know, we should easily be able to get in. So we can do RMP 0.3. But the minimums on this is 2,623. Where in the RMP Zulu, the minimums are 2,709, so for 0.3. So you can actually go down a little bit lower. The minimums are a little bit lower on the Yankee approach. So, cool stream, good out, yeah. So there's very little differences between this. So I can use this approach in the FMGC. I can code this in or plug it in, even though it won't be. In fact, I believe so, actually, because I did do this the other day. I was sort of playing with it. I believe the RMP Yankee is actually in here anyway. Which is brilliant, because not that it makes any difference to the tracks and distances. But yeah, we can have a look. Where are we? RMP Golf. Yeah, there we go. So RMP Yankee. So it's actually in the FMGC anyway, so we don't really have to worry too much about what's in the navigation database. Accu, I think it is. While I'm here, I might as well just plug that in. So even though the RMP Yankee chart isn't on the list for Navigraph, we can still use this, but we just have to try and remember to basically use the minimums that is on the RMP Yankee chart, which again you can get on the internet. So yeah, we'll be doing that. So that's one of the considerations we need to be thinking about. Then the next thing is the SOPs. This is RMP AR, so there's quite a few things that we just need to go through. This is obviously all in the SOP document, so we can just run through this. RMP approaches across specific airplanes, certified avionic equipments, blah 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 blah, which we're assuming we have. We need the MEL is quite specific on this. We basically need a very, very good working jet. So 2 FMGCs, 2 MAC2s, 2 flight directors, autopilots, or at least one on the CEO. 2 GBS, 2 FACs, 2 ELACs, FSCCs, blah 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 blah. So we need 2 or 3 of pretty much everything, which we're assuming we've got because the aircraft is working. This then sort of really becomes relevant if we get a failure. So if we get a failure of 1 GPS, which quite possible. It's not a major issue, but could be quite possible. We wouldn't actually technically be allowed to start the approach. So the minimum equipment is pretty important. There's something in the configuration summary of the QRH, and it would say RMP yes or no, etc. And we're going to assume this one is it's either limited to 0.3 or it's authorised below 0.3. So we're assuming that's correct. We've checked the MEL status, the aircraft's working. GPS availability. So we kind of need to check really if we can get in. So one other thing we can sort of do in the FMGC of the aircraft. Now normally I'd probably do this, there's an external tool we can use as well. But if we go into predictive GPS, can I put an ETA in? So I'm estimating to be in there about 0.45. Is that going to go in? It might not. So this isn't real time, guys, either, so it's obviously probably dark down there at the minute, so I've adjusted the times and the flight plans. So we're going to be there about 04:45-ish. Maybe I need to get the flight planning, but we can double check if the predictive GPS is going to be working, and there's going to be enough satellites within plus or minus 15 minutes of the approach, and we can check this. And if there isn't, then it could be a bit of an issue, and then we can sort of look at the external web tool. But we can look at this initially just to make sure it's okay. But yeah, if we go to the external web tool, it all sort of goes through here of what we do. There's a link there to it. There we go. So GNSS performance prediction tool, and then we can go through the options, and then it's a terminal approach tool, and then we go through all these settings down here and work it all out. If actually, can I do that? I suppose I could do that. Really, might as well do it while I'm here. Where's my SOPs gone? Yeah, there we go. So I'm moving things around here. So the SOP says total satellites will be limited, listed on the right hand side. RMP AR generic approach is permitted with an RMP of 0.3, and then if it's below 0.3, so if we are going to go below 0.3, then we can use this approach tool. So we can just go and have a look at this. So how do I do this? NZ, where is it? NZQ, what's the thingy? QN, is it? I can't remember. What's the 3-letter code? Yeah, it is QN. Yeah. Is it even in here? Probably not. Maybe it's not even in here. I suppose it's a Eurocontrol thing. Maybe it's not even here. Are these all the airports? Oh, there we go. Oh, this is completely pointless and superfluous then. So yeah, this is obviously a Eurocontrol thing, so it doesn't actually so there's probably a tool somewhere where you can do this externally, which I just realised probably doesn't apply to anything outside of Europe. So approach minimum we've determined. Nav aid is selection. We're not going to deselect any nav aid. So weather and landing information, we get that. That's applicable to the landing weight as well. Flight plan we can look at as well. Just make sure the flight plan is correct with the tracks and distances. Progress page we'll look at, go around strategy we'll look at as well, and this is basically stuff that we can do in cruise, so I'm not going to worry too much about this. Is all the SOPs for once we're in flight. So yeah, we won't worry too much about the rest of that, but we can look at the GPS, the rain in this if we need to. Morning Ryan, hate dark. So let's crack on with the rest of it. So the next thing I really need to look at is the flight plan. What time have I got? Yeah, just over 35 minutes. So the next thing I really want to look at, because it's a short runway, the landing distance. So max landing weight is 66 tonnes. We're going to be estimated to land about 58 tonnes. That's with Christchurch fuel on as well. So we got weather for Christchurch, so that's probably a good place to go into if we can't get into New Zealand. So I kind of want to see if I can get into Queenstown at a sort of max landing weight. I don't believe there's no weather information, so I do believe it's dry. But I'm just going to have a quick look at good. The wind, the last one I saw, is 200 at 4 knots. So I'm just going to leave still winds. It was 11 degrees, and the QNH was 1004. So let's just go 65, because I don't think we're going to be anywhere near max landing weight, but 65 tonnes, and amend these a little bit. So medium order brake, full reverse, manual landing flat full. So yeah, it's sort of 65 tonnes with still winds. We're probably just about there with, yeah, what, 11 metres or so off the sort of factored landing distance. So if we go 64.5, you know, again, we're pretty much bang on. So 64.5 seems to be a sort of maximum regulated landing weight on still winds. If we had a tailwind, so what, 050 at 5. It's always worth just looking at the tailwind components. You know, the actual landing distance is still fine at 64 tonnes, but our factored landing distance is maybe just a little bit longer. Oh, bless you. So I'm relatively happy on a wet runway we can land at 64.5 tonnes. If we're on a dry runway, obviously that's a lot better as well. 200. So yeah, on a dry runway, 64.5 tonnes is good as well. So I don't really think we need to take much extra fuel. There's a few sort of thunderstorms around, so there may be a bit of weather en route, so we can have a look at the actual sigmets. There's lots of ice and turbulence about, which I suppose is sort of where the mountains are for New Zealand down here. Obviously turbulence as well, yeah, which is obviously there in the sigmet. NOTAMs, let's have a quick look. A couple of taxiways closed. I'm not going to worry too much about that. Queenstown, not too worried about the times because we're obviously not doing it in real time. VFR traffic, probably a lot of that around. Delays may be experienced. Yeah. And there is potentially a time between 08:30 and 10:30 where we're going to be, even though we've ended the times, we're going to be well in before that, where the aerodrome would be closed, or the runway would be closed. So that's not too much of a problem. Cat 9 for the fire and rescue service. That's good for Christchurch. So there's not really a lot of not many reasons to take extra fuel other than just it's a bit of a different place to go to. You know, maybe I need another go around. I'm sure the go around is going to use quite a lot of fuel. It's about 1.6 up to Christchurch. So considering we've got plenty of fats for the landing distance, the landing weight at 64.5, and this is what, 658.5. So I'm tempted to put another 1,500 kilograms on, which is, you know, another 40 odd minutes of fuel. That just gives us another go if I bugger it up. Gives us another look at the other end if we need to do that. So yeah, it's about another 40 odd minutes at 1,500. So what's that? That's going to be 7.2. No, not 7.2, 7.2, 7.7. So I think 7.8 will be fine. So let's get the fuel up.
Refueling truck is on its way. Please don't load aircraft until the fuel truck arrives and ask to do it.
So that's sort of looked at as well, because it's a short runway. That's most of the stuff that I need to discuss. Let's get the rest of this set up. Who are we? ANZ 611. Cost index, what is the cost index? Not that one. Not that one. Oh god, I'm pressing the wrong buttons. That one. Better. Right, the cost index is 20. Again, got no idea what the cost index of Air New Zealand is. Doesn't really matter. Right, they're done. We're obviously south of the equator. That makes sense. Wind, get that in. Temperature's 11 degrees. I think, no, actually, what is it in... It's 11 degrees in Queenstown, but what is it in New Zealand?
Fuel truck is in position.
Yeah, perfect.
Please don't load aircraft. Boarding requested.
Oh, no. So he said 7, let's just go 7.8. We know that's fine.
Do you want to board crew?
Nope.
Passengers boarding starting.
I don't know where he's going. I don't know where my baggage handlers are going at all. Alright, can I load the fuel yet?
Please use your airplane fuel system to set the desired fuel quantity.
Right, so that's all started. That's done. I suppose we can get the APU on. Yeah, where was I? In this. What's the cruise flight level? 36,000 feet. I didn't see that. What's the weather as well? So there's no ATIS, obviously, because there's nobody on live for ATC. So what do we got? 19023, so pretty windy day, actually. 6,000 metres, yeah, that's about right, isn't it? Light rain, that's right. 17 degrees. QNH 976, Jesus Christ. That is low. Yeah, 976. Cool. Not seen it that low for a very long time. So we're 36,000 feet. Obviously a big sort of depression around the sort of South Pacific somewhere. Right, 17 degrees, warm but windy. So the fuel weight is 55.5/30. Trip we said about 1.7 to Christchurch, that would be fine. Departure 23 left, and what is it? 11 Papa. That one. And there is a transition, isn't there? Yes, there is. Levra to Kapai, I think that's it. That's what I'm after. 579 miles. That more or less corresponds to the plug. Radnav's not going to worry too much about that. NZ. Ooh, where are we? Not used to this part of the world. 2, 3, left. We come back here if anything goes wrong. Performance, we come back to that in a second. Fuel. That's all looking good. Let's have a quick look at the fuel planning. So it says about 3.8 for the trip, which isn't actually, so yeah, about half a tonne more than what the FP says. That's okay. 6.7. We're going to go 7.8. That's done. So what's the takeoff weight? 63.1. So a bit of extra fuel. This is what we're sort of accounting for, really. Contingency. So it's going to be about probably about 1.5 tonnes by the time we get going. Secondary, right, this is going to be interesting, so let's have a look at the secondary. So I sort of said this Saturday about doing an emergency procedure. I've got no idea what the emergency procedure is for New Zealand, or Auckland specifically. But, we can probably assume a few things. Let's CTA, if that's going to be any good, might be useful. Not really. Noise abatement. Noise abatement. That's not really useful at all, is it? Departures. Did we say Levra, didn't we? So, I mean, we can sort of assume a little bit. The MSA is sort of 3,400 feet, probably worst case. We're going in this direction. We're going over the sea, so I don't really anticipate any problems in terms of terrain. So I'd imagine this is probably a standard engine out departure. Sort of 1,100 feet above the aerodrome. As long as the engine's secure, we can level off, and then at about 1,600 feet, we can make a left-hand turn to the holding point. So we've just really got to nominate a sensible holding point for this. And I think if we're going to go back on 2-3. The best thing to do is probably just find a sensible hold somewhere on the approach. And let's have a look at the arrivals. I'm trying to remember what I did the other day when I did this. When I sort of did a dry one, it was Davy, I think. It was one of these. Yeah, there we go. So, really we can pick any sort of waypoints. I mean, there might be another waypoint over here. We might just be able to pick somewhere that's within 25 miles, just, 25 miles or, 20 miles away from the aerodrome. Just hold over the sea, and then we can just come back in, sort of radar vectors back in Friars at 2-3. So, 2-3-1, 20 miles, exactly, Christian. There's no real urgency here. There's no sort of terrain to really worry about. So, I could, if I wanted to, go back to MRAG, but I mean that might obviously upset some arrivals because that's obviously initial approach fix for the runway. But if something's going wrong with my aircraft, I don't really care about anybody else. So let's just do that. Let's just do something simple. It keeps us away from everything. So engine fail. NZAA 2-3 left. What's the track? Have you got it? 2-3-1. There we go. Perfect. 2-3-1. I'm going to go 15 miles, not 20. Just so it keeps moving the 25 miles of the MSA. Put that in. Engine fail. And then I can hold there, and I can go, I suppose, inbound 2-3-1, and right turns. Just got it in. Yeah, NZ. Keep thinking I'm in the UK. Yeah, let's get performance in. That was a QNH 976, wasn't it? Very, very low. 17 degrees out, so that's nice and warm. 190 at 2.3. That's only 40 degrees off the runway. It's not that much of a crosswind. A little bit. It might be quite interesting later on. Come on, pressing the number 2. Minimums. What is the minimums? Let's have a quick look at this. New Zealand's approach. It's a minimums at 223 feet. Good, so hopefully we can see this now. This is what I was saying about engine out procedures. You know, they are relatively straightforward if you kind of sort of know what you're doing. So, you know, we've just gone basically taking off and then just going to... why is that there? Why have I put that in wrong? That's over the airfield, isn't it? I feel like that's gone in wrong. Oh, I put it at 1 mile. Donut, that's why. Pilot waypoints. So we can do this again. So it's very easy to do if you do it correctly, which I haven't done. Engine fail. Can I change that? Not really. I don't want to change that because that's probably something to do with the flight plan. Alright, let's just do that again. Let's just rename it because I've obviously cocked that up. Right, EOSID. It's because this bloody... It's because of the click spots on these fucking bloody FMGC. Right, 15. Right, I don't know why does it go to sort of these scrolly buttons? It should just be the button. Stupid. Stupid boy. EOSID. Right, hold there. 231, right. And then back in. So hopefully, there we go. That makes a bit of sense. So we take off and then we just hold to the southwest. NADP2, is it NADP2 as well? I've not even looked, yeah. I assume it probably is. So that's all done. What else are we going to do? That's done. Still got the performance to do. Load sheet, that's probably, hopefully, here by now. What preliminary is. See, load sheet, there we go. Load sheet. So zero fuel weight is supposed to be about 55.5, that's what we're expecting. Zero fuel weight is 29.8. So 7.8, so that's going to be a little bit less, probably about 28% or so, maybe 27.5 more or less for the trim, because we're carrying a little bit more fuel. So yeah, we're not taking off with 6 tons, we're taking off with about 7.6. Fine, I'll leave you on, no actually what I want to do, not that one, that one. Yep, so it's all on realistic good, that's fine. Oh, come on. Right, let's go wait for the final load sheet. Hey Willie, hey Lemon, hey Liana. Oh, weather's horrific, isn't it? So the departure then, I think we've put this in, there we go, level 1 Papa. So take off Ursip Leveret and then cap eye down here. Stop altitude. Is there a stop altitude? I don't actually think there is. I think we'd probably get that on the clearance. So an automatic frequency changeover by the looks of it. So I'm just going to put about 10,000 feet in. I don't think it's going to matter too much. There's no ETC on anyway. Straight. That's that. And that's. These can come on. Have we got the fuel? Fuel's there. Perfect. 16 or 17 minutes to go. That's done. That's all ready. This needs to be on guard. Unicom even. Doesn't save the pre-selected frequencies, does it, if you change from one box to the next? There's a lot of nasties in the north. I think the south looks good. So I am in, yes. That's a good point though, because we don't have the weather radar, do we? So yeah, it's not looking like the nicest day. But once we get a bit of height on, if we can visually identify anything and just skirt around it, we will. We've got loads of fuel for that, so it's not going to be too much of an issue. Ground charts are pretty straightforward here in New Zealand. Where's the airport info? So I think there's only full length departure figures anyway. So Alpha 1, we're here, so we're going to sort of push back, face to the east, and then sort of either go Bravo 5 or down this old runway here and go down to there. Parking stands. Yes, there we go. That's the parking stands. So we are on stand. I think it's 31. I think we're on. Can't quite tell. The weather's so horrific. Was a proper good old CB going through or something, isn't there? Something's not very nice. Those baggage handlers, poor buggers, are getting wet, aren't they? Bless them. Well, I'm tucked up here, nice and warm. So yeah, it could be a bit of interesting departure. There's always potential for wind shear on this. So, you know, wind shear actions, if you get anything below V1, obviously reject the takeoff. Anything after V1, it's wind shear toga, just go toga. Rotate at VR and, you know, follow the SRS. And obviously don't change any config at all until you're out of the wind shear. If you can, you know, if you get the autopilot in, you know, try and keep the autopilot in as well. If you do need full backstick, you can use it on a wind shear.
I'm right next to her. Thank you.
So I don't think there's much else for us to do. I suppose we can have a quick chat on performance, can't we? Let's have a quick look at this. Get this done from the preliminary figures. So it's 2-3 left. I most definitely think it's wet. I think that's fair to say. Let's go config 1, toga. What's the wind saying? It's not gusty. 2,600, yeah, that looks correct. I'll leave toga off. Toga's available. Anti-ice, that's not required at all. Packs, I think packs probably stay on for New Zealand, wouldn't they? I've got no idea. 63.1 is the takeoff weight. Is that correct? That doesn't seem right. No, it's probably right, isn't it? 27.5 is the trim, approximately. That's about it, yeah, 17 degrees now. So yeah, it's only full length, 3,605 meters, which actually is that. There's my takeoff minimums. No worries, Christian, see you in a bit. 3,230. That's from that intersection. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure that the distance is correct. I mean, the physical runway length is 3,535 metres. So I'm not sure where the 3,600, maybe it's a bit of a stop end they've used or a clearway, not too sure. That'll be fine, there's still plenty of runway, so probably a flex of 68, yeah, there we go. So 36.40 on the speeds, 136, 140, 140, flat one, Transact 13,000 feet. Yeah, that rings about 68 degrees on the flex. Good, so that's done. So I've done another 20 odd passengers to load according to GSX. What does the FB say?
I'm right next to her. Thank you.
Okay, cheers Ian. 1003 for the QNH, that's useful. Because yeah, the QNH is very important on this because it's an RMPAR. So yeah, another 10 passengers or so on the EFB, so at least the loading in GSX is a bit more in line with the EFB of the Phoenix. So in terms of brief then, I suppose we can have a quick chat on that. Sort of weather's horrible. It's wet, windy, bit of low vis, but it's good enough to get out of here, it's good enough to get back in. There's obviously going to be some CBs around, I think, somewhere, so try and visually identify them and avoid them. Wind shear we've discussed, we get it on takeoff, we abandon anything below V1, but after V1 we just get the aircraft into the air, wind shear toga. Try and follow the SRS, useful backstick if we need, and then we don't change any config until we're out of the wind shear. The aircraft is fine, we don't have weather radar, unfortunately. It could be quite useful on a day like this, but hopefully it's going to be fine down the other end. No times, nothing really to affect us. A couple of taxiways closures, I think there was. Let's just have a quick look actually. See if we can read it and look at the charts. So, what does it say? Oh, come on. So Delta 3, Delta, where is it? Delta 3, Delta 3 and Delta 4 is closed. That is nowhere near me. That's, oh, there's Delta and Delta 3. Yeah, that's fine. That's not going to affect us. Echo, something lights, US, cranes. RVR for 23 left has been withdrawn due to maintenance. Okay, it's fine. So nothing, yeah, there's nothing really NOTAM wise that I need to worry about. The threats, the MSA is actually not too bad, that's fine. What do we got? Sort of in, yeah, 25 miles, 3,400 feet, probably worst case, so 5,000 is nice and safe. We can do that for hold. Other threats, it's, well, we sort of just horrible weather out of here, I suppose. Obviously, the other big threats are down the other end. But yeah, that's fine. Probably do 2-engine. It's pretty nasty weather, quite strong winds as well. So just do 2-engine taxi, and yeah, that's it. That will do. Right, let's have a quick look at the checklists. Let's double check this. So engine all we got. That's all fine. Well, oxygen, yeah, we're good. So the aircraft acceptance. Let's get that on. I'll tell you what. Let's get you on, you off. That's good. Boarding's complete there. Good, so we're pretty much bang on. Ground services. Hello. Can all go. Still a random person walking. That's got to be the last woman. Perfect. So the aircraft acceptance has been completed. Fuel quantity we have just under 7.8 is balanced and sufficient. Seatbelts are on. ADRS is 3 in nav, and the BRF very, very low. That's another big threat, I suppose, 976, but quite a high transition altitude, so there's not too much of a threat to us in terms of going to a flight level once we're cleared up to it. But yeah, it is quite a low QNH today. So I think it's just a load tune we need to go, and then we're ready to go. Another sort of 6 or 7 minutes to go until we should be pushing. Oh, the raindrops moving in place with the wind changes. Never noticed that before. Rain wouldn't go up like that in real life, would it? Not around. Potentially. I mean, it can do. Yeah, if you've got strong enough winds into you, the wind, the rains can sort of go up. But it has to be pretty strong winds, to be honest. And like you say, I mean, we're a bit sheltered by the terminals, so probably less likely. Probably not quite so likely sat there on a stand for the raindrops to be going up. You know, you'd expect that more when you're actually sort of on the takeoff itself. And the wind's coming from the sort of south anyway, isn't it? So it's sort of coming from this direction, so you know, we're not getting wind into the face, we're getting it sort of from behind us. What does SRS mean, Jeffrey? It means Speed Reference System. Speed Reference System. Yeah, that's a good question, actually. Speed Reference. It's basically what you get after departure before you get to acceleration. So it's commanding you the pitch to maintain your V2 speed effectively. But you know, an engine failure, you know, when engine fails, it's sort of the speed target becomes V2 plus, you know, 10 to 20 knots more or less. It sort of sets a speed target, you know, whatever that speed is at the time when you get the failure, it sort of locks in that speed as you were effectively, and it's a minimum of V2, of course, it wouldn't be any lower than that. So yeah, the pitch command is just commanding your pitch to maintain this speed. So obviously if you get wind shear, you know, you may get a sudden sort of, you know, decrease in speed. So of course the SRS, the flight directors, would go down because it's saying go down to maintain the speed. Equally, you might get a really big increase, positive wind speed, in which case the SRS would go up. You know, it might go up to like 25 degrees or something ridiculous, because you're accelerating. So you want to maintain this speed. So you know, V2 is 140. So yeah, we're going to be looking at about 150 to 160 knots as a speed we'd want to target ish. Peter, hello, how you doing? I'm sure it's speed reference system. I'll have to look at that now. I'm sure it is. I can't think what else it would be. But yeah, it's all part of the flight directors on the actual takeoff. Load sheets, perfect. So there's the final one, so 0 fuel weight 55.6, yes, so ever so slightly above this. Oh, that's just my weights really, but it's all within limits. 61, 63.1, that's what we've worked out for performance. So fuel weight CAG 30.8, so that's within, yeah, that's within 2, that's fine. Trim is actually 28.8, so that's interesting. Actually looks like it's gone back. Normally it'd go forward with extra fuel. That's fine, 28.8, good, that's all done. Right, I think we can get ready to go. Do you want it? No. What's the actual call sign as well? Is it Air New Zealand? I don't actually know.
Hello, Captain. We are ready for pushback.
Seems like a bit of a mouthful, doesn't it? New Zealand. It's just New Zealand. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'm sure it is, Leon. I'm sure it's speed references. You got me thinking there now. It's like, well, what the bloody hell is it? Right, that can go on. Right, that's all done. That's done.
Departure checks completed. Bypass pin inserted.
Yeah, we stand 30. Yeah, stand 30. Auckland traffic, New Zealand 611 is pushing back, stand 30 to face east. Alright, before starts, parking brake is set, takeoff data is confirmed, windows they're closed, PEDs don't care about, doors they are closed and armed, and the beacon is on. So nose tail left, that's what I want.
Release parking brakes, please. Commencing push. All engines clear. Start at will.
Good, so engine mode selector is start. And cross is gone, starting one. Air New Zealand probably start engine 2 first, don't they? I don't know, they're probably awkward. Oh, what's that? Engine 1 start valve not open. Why not turn the APU bleed on? Oh no, I haven't. There you go. Donut. Long, slow pushes, guys. Don't just randomly stab buttons on the overhead without actually knowing what it is. Anyway, you're all a bit lost, buddy, aren't you? You're a long way from Ireland. I do have the black aircraft as well. I do have the paint scheme for that. I was wondering, should I do the black one or do I do the normal one? Not too sure. Alright, on started stand number 2. Hey Paul, good evening.
Waiting your confirmation for a good engine start.
Right, they started, that's fine.
Cockpit to ground. We have a good engine start. You can disconnect.
Right, the engines are good. Engine mode selectors start, normal even. Bleeds off only the anti-ice, it's far too warm for that. APU's coming off. Split that. Flaps. What did I say? 28.8 for the trim, which is probably about there anyway, isn't it? That's about right. Status just pack 2. Good.
Unlocking gear. Tow truck disconnected. Bypass pin removed. Left is clear. Right is clear.
We sent Dan packing in his link us to the other side of the world in response to the channel. Criminal video he posted. I haven't seen that, Mark. I need to look back. I saw this little message. I was out all day yesterday, so I didn't really get a chance to see anything. But yeah, I did hear there was a bit of banter going on. Right, tug and tow bars disconnected. There's a woman. Oh yeah. Cheerio, lady. Thank you. Right, after starts, anti-ice is off, not required. Takeoff data, not that one, that's the wrong one. Ecam status was checked, just pack 2. Pitch trim was 28.8% set, and the rudder trim is neutral. So after that's complete. And Auckland traffic, New Zealand 611 is taxiing to runway 23 left via Bravo 5 and Alpha. So first right here and then just down the ends. She's clear on the left and probably clear on the right. Brakes are checked. Had some amazing summer rain in Sweden, for example, Netherlands. Yeah. Yeah, this is proper sort of summer weather, isn't it? Just very large convective weather about. Where it's warm, but it's wet. It's, you know, it's where the winter coat is absolutely no bloody good whatsoever because you just bake to death. You know, you just need a rain sheet type thing, rain mac. Right, so it's all clear that side. I suppose there's no lightning. I mean, there probably is, really. I don't know. It's just not displaying on the weather system. I don't know. Right, let's do the flight controls. Full up, full down, neutral, full left, full right, neutral, full right rudder, full left rudder, neutral. That's all done. That's all on me. Don't need that. I suppose it is quite heavy rain, but probably not that heavy. So quick performance, we've got full length figures for runway 23 left, that's what we're going for, no LMCs as well, so speeds are all valid. And departure is basically standard straight ahead, so then we hold just 15 odd miles away from the airport. Departure, we have this, what is it, it's level 1 Papa. We're stopping at 10,000 feet, which is what I'm assuming it is. Let's have a quick look at, I want the weather. Let's see. It was gusty now, 18025 gusting as well, so yeah, possibly, yeah, maybe do, you know, possibly 20 knots, above 20 knots crosswind as well, or close to it. So I'll do that takeoff technique, which is basically full side stick forward, rain, mist. Yeah, oh, 974, that's gone down a bit as well. 974. Now we're going to I'll take 2 off the flex just for that, 2 hectopascals, so now 66. What's the METAR in Queenstown? I think because it's now nighttime, Paul, technically in Queenstown, it's not really being reported, but I've sort of got an old one. And then, who was it? Somebody, I can't remember who it was now, but somebody posted something earlier as well. It's the QNH. The QNH is what I'm really after. I think it's 1003 down there. So yeah, that's the really important bit. It's just making sure that the QNH is correct for the RMP approach. Right, I've had the 3 minutes. I don't think I've done the taxi checks just yet. I'll do that once I've stopped. So I might go Toga anyway, just because it is gusty, just eliminates any wind shear. So I might just opt to go Toga on this because it is gusting. Right, let's just hold it there for a minute. Yeah, it's dropped really quickly as well. That's the key. It's dropped very, very quickly. Right, the taxi checklist flight controls are checked. Flap setting we have config 1. FMA, climb nav blue, 1FD2, red unprotected wind shear, that is on, but no fucking use to us whatsoever because it doesn't work. ECAM memo is takeoff, no blues, and the EFBs are stowed and disconnected. And let's just get rid of you because I don't need you anyway. Right, let's turn that off. Yeah, gusty, there we go, let's go put ignition as well, just because it's gusty and maybe a little bit of heavy rain. So, line-up checks, I'll do the call in a second. Cabin is secure for takeoff. Takeoff runway is full length 23 left. TCAS is TARA and PAX. Well, PAX can go on, can't they? Because we've done performance for on. Get these on. That's done, that's done, that's done. Good. Is it Tuesday? It's not quite, is it? There we go. Auckland traffic, New Zealand 611 is lining up to depart. Runway 23 left on the Leverett 1 Papa departure. God, this is horrible weather. Where's the windsock? Can't even bloody see it. The whiz is that crap.
Auckland traffic 4875, stand 33, pushback start facing northeast.
So yeah, 18025 Oh, nice. I think I've got to bloody try and land in this later. Hopefully it clears up a bit. Hey Doctor, how you doing? So the approach is clear. There's nothing on VAT scope. We'll hold it on the brakes. Loads of runway anyway. I did this flight the other day just to sort of like a dry run practice, just to sort of make sure I was happy with everything that was expected. And the weather was glorious. Like, what's happened? Yeah, that windsock is looking rather stiff, isn't it? Ooh. It's rather stiff and erect. It's very moist and it's very stiff and erect. So if you just joined, welcome to my channel. No, I don't just talk about aviation. Right, okay, well that's pretty much good. So that, hold it, 50%. So we want full size stick 50%, then we want to go to about 75% very, very quickly. And we want takeoff thrust effectively by about 40 knots, which never really happens, but we give it a go. That's done. 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 And Mantegra SRS runway, so lots of right rudder here. Thrust is set. $100 knots. V1 rotates, almost full right rudder there. Left aileron, keep it wings level. That's it. Fast to climb, gear up. Very bumpy, so AP's in, so it can deal with it now. Come on, in you go. AP1. So thrust climb. Packs are on already, that's fine. Didn't start the time, did I? Not bad. Interesting winds. 143, that could be interesting. It might be runway 05 on the way back. This is where the weather radar would be really bloody useful. What's the climb? 36, I think. 36, yeah, that's fine, we can do that. So it's through SB, flap 0, speeds chats, flap 0.
Auckland traffic, velocity 875, taxiing via Bravo 3 Alpha to Alpha 1, hold short to be left.
Right, so there, disarm, gears up. Don't really need the lights anymore. If somebody sees my landing lights in this weather, they've got far too close. What's the temperature? 18 degrees still. So still very, very warm because we're above plus 10 on the tap. We don't need the anti-ice yet. Keeping the ignition on just because it is very heavy rain. And obviously leave the girls and boys in the cabin crew because I'm not going to release them in this sort of weather. What does that shine? That one here's cabin minute or so. Yeah, so Jeffrey, that's the cabin crew being released. So we do it, our airline does it by cycling the seatbelt signs. Other airlines I've worked for used to do just a PA, just going cabin crew released on the PA. But in this sort of weather, you're not releasing the cabin crew or anybody, passengers, because it's just horrible weather. So you're keeping them sat down because it's not very nice. You know, it's dangerous really to have people wandering around. All right, there's no ETC. Let's go all the way up to 36. So 36,000. So set standard. Standard is set and cross checks. Open climb 360 blue above the MSA as well. That can go back to standard. We're starting to get through it. Here's the tops, or some of the tops. Just don't quite see a blue patch. So the other thing I might do is just keep 250 knots, just to sort of get the height really just through this weather. So no real need to accelerate through this weather, you kind of want to get the height up. Can't be play food. Ugh, God. You can. In fact, turbulence penetration speeds are usually quite a good idea as well, and that is 250 knots for 320 CO. So 250 knots below 20,000 feet, and then it's 275, I think. I'd have to look at the QRH, but yeah, I think it's 250 up to 20,000 feet. So that's done, that's done. 36, that's fine, we can do that. Still very, very bumpy. Right, navs there, all auto tunes. 36, that's fine. Leaving the cost index in. Fuel, so there we go, fuel's going up a little bit, another half hour or so. Secondary, just leave it for the seconds, just in case anything goes wrong. Still not that far away from Auckland. So we still leave the seatbelts on. Alright, temperature still 15, so still quite warm. Still very, very warm. Probably don't need the ignition on anymore. That can go... I should have used my mouse. There you go. I should have used my actual switch. I could use my switch, couldn't I? Forgot to have me switch. So what's the winds? 34. So I mean, not particularly strong winds. It's just very turbulent, very convective, obviously in this weather. Can't see any ice. No. Obviously we check the. Maybe checking the ice probe up here, just make sure there's no accumulation on the ice on the airframe. The temperature's still looking pretty warm. Anti-ice can be going on in a second though. Minus 12, be dropping to minus 11 very shortly. Yeah, just get food from the terminal, guys. You know, if you get on an aircraft, you know, buy a Boots meal deal. One more question, please, on the before takeoff chat is what does TCAS? It means what it means is effectively traffic advisory, resolutionary advisory. So it's arming the TCAS on your displays. I mean, that's essentially what it does. It allows it to display traffic advisory or resolutionary advisories. Resolutionary advisory obviously not particularly good. You know, that means you're close to crashing into someone. So it would give you a command, a climb or descent command to avoid that traffic. But it won't if it's not on TARA. If it's on TA only, it won't give you a resolutionary advisory. So you've got to have it on TARA for takeoff, really. Just in case you get an RA on departure, and you want to leave it on TARA because you know you want commands if you get an RA. The only time you switch it off, well, there's a few times you can switch it off, but the main two reasons, I suppose, why you would switch it from TA to RA would be an engine failure. So if you get an engine failure, your ECAM, so it would come with the engine failure ECAM on here, and it would say to you, put it on TA. And the reason it says that is because you do not have the performance to perform an RA maneuver. So you know you don't want spurious RA commands coming up on your VSI when you're single engine because you haven't got the performance to basically do it. So you turn that onto TA when you've got an engine failure. The other reason you put it onto TA is if you're maybe doing like a parallel approach. You know, like I mean, in America they do a lot of like parallel approaches to like places like San Francisco and stuff. So you know, I'm sure a lot of the guys put the TCAS to RA only because it just avoids spurious RA commands when you're doing a parallel approach with someone. So yeah, this weather's pretty grotty. Not nice, not going to be nice coming back in. Still nowhere near the bloody tops by the looks of it. What do you think is the best way to prepare about pilot's aptitude test? Which ones are you talking about, Lemon? Are you talking about BA ones, generic ones? Because the BA ones are online, if you can find them. Well, they were when I did it anyway. Yes, so they are publicly available. Or if you know people that have gone through it, they probably got them. I don't know if BA have changed it. They might have changed it potentially since I bloody did it. There are things you can buy. I mean, I don't know how applicable they are. I mean, every airline's got slightly different. Doing two legs. That's the plan, Liana. Yeah, that is the plan. So I want to be on the ground. What's that? In about an hour and 20 minutes. So that's about 1 o'clock local time, my time, and 2 o'clock. Yeah, if I can get airborne at 2. Yeah, so get back on the ground in Auckland about 3:30. So yeah, the plan is to do two It might be a very, very quick turnaround. I'll try and get a very, very quick turnaround down in Queenstown. Yeah, this is annoying because you can't even see the lovely sort of terrain. Was it? That's Hamilton. Where's New Plymouth? That's Wellington, isn't it? I think. Where the bloody hell's New Plymouth gone? Down here somewhere. Yeah, you got Mount Taranaki, which is a beautiful mountain on the sort of western coast of New Zealand. Where's the ceiling here? I don't know. Might be one of those days where you're just stuck in it. I mean, there was a SIGMET for severe turbulence and everything, so I mean, it's pretty good. When we breaking through, I need a pee. Sorry, mate. Sorry. You're going to have to hold on to it. You're just going to have to hold on. There's some test packs which you can pay for, but I don't know how effective it would be. I mean, I never really did that sort of stuff. I mean, well, no, I suppose I did, to be fair. I did do sort of attitude. Yeah, it's difficult. I don't know what airlines are doing. That's the thing. Not a very long runway. Definitely medium order brake support, if not max manual braking. I think one thing you can do, which you can do for free, very, very easy, is practice your arithmetic and your maths. I don't know what papers you've got around your area lemon, but you know, I mean, in every single paper in the UK, there's always like maths questions. And I think the Sun, even though it's a shit paper, the Sun was always quite good because it had like a string of calculations and it would be easy, medium, and hard, and it would go right 4 times 4. And then you'd have to answer that, and then you would do something with that next answer. So 4 times 4 is 16, and then it'd go right plus 100, and then you would go right, okay, it's 116, and then it'd go right divide by 2, and then and it would be like a string of sort of calculations, and you would just sort of then have to work out what the end number is, and that was always quite good. I remember doing that before, well, sort of in between training, I suppose, in between training and starting the airline, and that was pretty good actually, because it just sort of got you mentally sort of stimulated in terms of the arithmetic. So you know, you can usually do that for very cheap, because you just get a paper for 50p or something, and you know, there's always a new one every single day. So that's always quite good to do. 7.5. Verbal reasoning is another one, but you know, that's not, I mean, I hate verbal reasoning. I'm shit at verbal reasoning. But you can buy tests and things, but I never get it. I never understand it. You know, I get verbal reasoning wrong all the time, and I'm like, well, how the hell have you come to that answer? That doesn't make any sense whatsoever. So I'm shit at verbal reasoning. I hate it. But I mean, you can buy those things to practice, and some people are really good at verbal reasoning. I'm not. I hate it. So you can get those. What else you do? Usually aptitude things. Sometimes you get like little computer games, and you know, these remind me of sort of old PC games where there'd be like a tunnel, and there'd be like a, I don't know, there would be like you're the ball, and then there'd be like rotating blocks that go round this tunnel, and you've got to fly the ball through the gaps, and like these blocks would be rotating around, and it's, you know, it's the sort of things that you had on you know, game systems donkeys years ago, but they're pretty good, and that's, you know, proper hand-eye coordination. On the crew dash of the 4K. Yeah, well, it's at your own risk, Willie. Yeah, sorry, mate. So yeah, you can buy those sort of things potentially. The other aptitudes, I mean, I don't know what's, you know, if you're doing a selection, there's usually airline selection it usually has some sort of group exercise as well, and that's quite difficult to practice, because you can't really practice those things, because you would be given a task, you would be given an exercise to do as a group, and you've got to deal with it. And you know, I always thought this, when you're doing things like that, you don't want to be the most loudest person, you know, bossing people around and, you know, sort of commanding, do this, do that, you know, because that doesn't really always come across very well. You obviously don't want to be the quietest person either, but you want to be quite interactive, you want to get involved, you know, suggest ideas, you know, acknowledge other people's ideas, you know, say they're good, say they're bad for whatever reason, you know, and sort of really just work the problem. And at the end of the day, as with any group exercise, with any airline selection anywhere, the recruitment team don't give a shit about the result. They don't care what you know, it doesn't matter if you achieve the result or not. They do not care. What they do care about is how well you work as a team. And there's always timed as well, so it's always good to be, if you're the person timing it, that's usually a really, really good role to play, because you're not getting so involved with it, but you know, you're basically monitoring what's going on, You know, then you can remember, all right, we've got 3 minutes, guys. You know, 3 minutes left. You know, it's like 3 minutes, 2 minutes, you know, 30 seconds, whatever, and you know, you can really sort of manage people, but you're not really getting too involved. But obviously, if you do the time, you've got to be bang on with it. You know, you do have to be correct. So, yeah, and then of course there's an interview as well. You know, you'll have an interview to do potentially. And again, I can't really suggest how to do well on that. You just can't be a knob. That's all I can say. God, this weather is fucking horrific. Are we going to be in cloud like all the way there? This is the most boring thing ever. It's just not visualization. They're watching interaction initiative. Exactly, Willie. Yeah, that's exactly what they're doing. They don't care about the result. Do not care about the result one bit whatsoever. You know, you could complete the task and every single person could be a complete knob, and every single person wouldn't pass. Or equally, you could get about 10% into the task, but everyone worked really, really well, and you know the CRM was really good and everything else, and everyone could pass. So yeah, don't worry too much about the actual end result. Just concentrate on, like Willie says, you know, it's interaction, leadership, initiative. You know, being able to sort of manage people, I suppose, but you know, manage them in the correct way rather than just sort of shouting and barking orders. Oh, come on! I haven't flown in weather like this for bloody ages. What a day to fly in New Zealand, eh? I thought this would be a lovely day to fly there and you know, show the scenery off. It's just as well I didn't buy the bloody scenery, really. What's the? I need a weather map. I need a weather map for what Windy's usually pretty good, isn't it? Where's my Windy at? There it is. That's pretty good for satellite images. Yeah, there's the New Zealand mesh on Orbex. I thought that'd be quite nice, but it's not cheap, so maybe I won't buy it. Oh god, yeah, there's that sort of cyclonic weather around Auckland. God, we were right in the bloody middle of that. No wonder it's dropped. Yes, this maybe shouldn't be too bad on the south bit. Radar, satellite, weather radar. God, yeah, it's horrible. Now, so it should be. Hopefully, we should be okay on the South Island. So once we get past New Plymouth, which is another sort of 20 minutes, hopefully it should clear up. Oh, it's all good fun anyway, isn't it? Satellite, that's what I want. Well, it's just like real life, you know. I mean, you generally don't get much of a choice in what you're doing. Oh, blue sky! Aha! We're almost there. Yeah, we don't really get much of a choice in terms of what we're doing. You know, we get our rosters and then that's it. It goes from 0 to clear. It's probably weather interpretation. It could be a new task. Pre-resource management. That's it. Yeah, nice. We'll see around this. Some tasks are designed to be impossible just to witness reaction. Yeah, yeah, that's probably the case. Again, I'm not in recruitment, but you know, it wouldn't surprise me if that is the case in many places. All of that speed going all over the place. Right, how are we doing? So minus 36 on the SATs and minus 40 is the limit then for the anti-ice. So as soon as it's minus 40 or below, it's then really too cold to worry too much about ice. So we can turn that off very shortly. Well, at least the landing will be fun later on. Can't control Mother Nature, exactly. No, you can't, and you know that's one of the challenges, I suppose, of the job. You know, in real life, that is, you know, one of the challenges of doing this is, you know, every single flight is going to be different. Even though, you know, been to Amsterdam 50 bloody times or Tenerife 50 times, you know, it's never the same. I mean, the airport doesn't bloody move, and the mountains don't move, but the weather always does change. So, you know, you've always got to be considerate of the local weather conditions at the time, how that affects, you know, planning minimas and limitations for FOs, because FOs generally have limitations, most airlines. Some don't, you know, some FOs can fly aircraft up to the maximum crosswind limit, but you know, it can often dictate who's going to take the aircraft one place and who's going to bring it back. I'll be interested to see what the weather's like in Wellington, actually. Well, we know it's crap in Auckland. I wonder if Wellington's any better, and Christchurch. Right, what we've got there, we go, it's -40, so anti-ice can come off. How many flights per day do you typically fly in a week, Jeffrey? Typically, I generally typically do 2, but we can do up to 4. And then during a week, you can do up to 5 days. So, you could, although you would probably be very, very, very tired if you did do this. I mean, some people like this. I don't particularly like this sort of roster, but some people could do 5 days of 4 sectors. I'd be exhausted after that. I'd be hanging out my arse if I did that. So, I don't typically like the 4 sectors. But you could do 5 days of 4 sectors. Normally, it's 5 days of sort of 2 sectors, maybe a couple of 4 sectors thrown in. But again, generally, you don't normally. It depends on the time of year. This time of year there'll be a lot of standbys where you might not get called for. So you might fly only 2 or 3 days a week, or 1 or 2 days a week, and the other days will be standby. But conversely, during the summer, you will be flying maybe 4 or 5 days a week, and maybe only 1 day of standby. So it varies, and you can go in for an airport standby as well. So you might have to do a standby from the airport. So it kind of varies. It's very seasonal. Generally most airline jobs are very seasonal. Long haul's probably less so. Long haul's probably pretty stable throughout the year. Right, there's 1,000 to go. But yeah, short haul flying generally is quite a sort of seasonal type job. Which that suits a lot of people. A lot of people are very happy about that because they generally get a bit more time off in the winter. You sort of get blitzed during the summer. You sort of do 2 or 3 months of real heavy duty sort of flying and hours. And you blitz through your duty hours and flight hours and stuff. But that's sort of manageable over a relatively short period of time. Right, I think we can finally release the cabin crew. Now we give them a couple of minutes for the passengers as well. Seems to have settled down a little bit. Right at the top. So the tops are, pretty much at 37,000 feet, 36, 37. So at least if we come back at 37,000 feet, we might just be in the tops of it. I think I will keep it at 7.6 as well, just because it's going up and down quite a bit. Saw a video on Cirrus G3 jet yesterday, an automatic auto land. Calculates the nearest airport and lands itself, all automated. Incredible Ryan, but not very good for us as pilots. The robots are taking control. Mac out star. I mean, I don't think I've got to worry about that. I mean, my career's not, I don't have that much longer to go. So I certainly don't think robots would be taking my job anytime soon. Right, go on, you're going to out cruise. Thank you, out cruise. But 30, 40 years time, people are going to start worrying, or pilots, that may not be needed much. Just curious, how good were you at maths or physics in high school? Utterly shit, lemon. Absolutely crap. My maths and physics. Although physics really interests me now, it does interest me as an adult, and I'm interested in a lot of sort of principles and concepts and all these sort of things. I'm not very good at it, but I do find it quite interesting. But I didn't really have any interest in maths or physics at school, and I wasn't particularly very good at it either. So we did in England and the UK we have things called GCSEs, which are general curricular educational, GCS, general curriculum school education or something, whatever it stands for. And they're basically I don't know what that equivalent is to like America or Europe, but there's sort of basic qualifications you get as sort of 16-year-olds. And I did okay. I managed to get a load of sort of C grades, which were not A grades. They were good enough. But I've never been academic. I've never been particularly smart, very academic. I probably have a bit of common sense. Who the fucking hell is that below me? Right, if somebody else has taken off before me and is going to New Zealand, fuck off. Because I'm... Or just bloody get ahead of me. How do you get rid of people on VATSIM? Because I don't want to. I don't know who you are. I've got nothing against you, but I don't have time to have people in front of me on this approach. Yeah. What else? Robots still need supervision. Yeah, they do. More robots will take over. Less attention pilots to pay. Yeah, I suppose it's very true, Leon. Yeah. Morning, Bruno. Do I prefer 390 320? Generally, the 321 pool. I mean, it comes with additional problems that you don't really get on the 319 or the 320. But yeah, I do generally prefer that aircraft. So I've got no idea what aircraft you are. But you've just got in the way of me. You're obviously doing the same route, but you've just got in the way of me. Which, yeah. So if you can, somebody can tell me how I ignore this person or get rid of him on VATSIM, or it'd be very much appreciated. Because you weren't ahead of me when I took off. I've been at max for us since takeoff. Oh, is that you, Dark? Oh, God, typical. Right, well, get out of the fucking way, mate. You're in my, you cheeky bastard. If it's you, I don't mind so much. You're still in my bloody way, though. Right, let's have a quick look at some weathers and a few other things as well. So that is on below. System-wise, got ages until the next waypoint. In fact, how long have we got? Miles yet? Lakar, I suppose we're going to look at that. Lakar was, don't know. I hate these flight plans, and they're just big long distances. So top of climb was what, about 21 minutes, and we probably had about 6.1 tons. Top of climb, 21 minutes, there we go. We took an extra 1500, so what's that? 525. Another 5.6 or so, wasn't it? About 5.9 more or less. 4.9, yeah, 5.9. Yeah, so we've already had that, so the fuel was still fine. Now, have you disappeared? You gone? Disconnected. You have no flight plan. Yeah, you don't know. It's okay if I know who you are. It's fine. It's I'm relatively accommodating with everybody we know. It's when people do it and I don't know them. I just think you're just getting in the bloody way now. Right. So what was I doing? So engines are good. That's bleedles are all good. Pressurization's looking good. Electrics are fine. Hydraulics are good. Fuel. So we've just used just under 2 tons. So 2 tons on top of that is about 7.8. That's what we left with. There's no leaks. It is all balanced. APU's off. Conditions off. Doors are on. They're good. Wheels. Don't know why the brakes are a bit warm. Flight controls there all looking fine as well. That's good. Let's have a look at some weathers. NZ, is it WL, Wellington? No, WN. So Wellington, what have we got? 150 at 17. So it's not too bad. 3,800 metres, light rain, haze, few, no CBs. Yeah, but not particularly very good. Not much better than what it was in Auckland. QNH is a little bit better, mind you. But yeah, pretty shitty down there as well. So yeah, certainly not the nicest day. I don't think many people will be flying general aviation aircraft up in New Zealand and the North Island today. Certainly not. CH. So this is the main alternate. It's probably where we're going to go to, or 20608, all the 9s. So there we go, much nicer weather in the South Island, certainly in Christchurch. So that's all looking good. So there's no problems getting there. Right, I think we can probably let them out. Poor guys are probably pissing themselves, aren't they? 1006. Here's Christchurch. I think Queenstown was 1003, wasn't it, we said? And that's pre-selected. Just a very crap day for looking at the weather. It's not like you actually collide, no. Need to change my trousers. I thought somebody didn't Gav had some. He did a live stream a few weeks ago going down to, was it Palmer, and there was somebody online. It was VATSIM, I think. I don't think it was multiplayer traffic. So I'm fairly sure I got that turned off. But somebody just joined him in cruise and sort of basically flew straight towards him, and then he did something. It's like dot ignore or something. I'm not 100% sure, but he did something which basically ignored the person. But again, I don't know what they did. Right, let's have a quick look at the arrival. So we've got Elrov, that's the start of the approach. It's a very simple star actually. Pampu, where's my constraints? So out above flight level 150, yeah, Pampu, and then we got Ekvox out above 10,000, then Atkill, and then we go on to the approach. Let's go to 10. So at kill, at above 10,000 feet, 210 knots would be below that. But by the time we sort of starting this approach, then leaving it in managed descent from at kill, I'll probably be about flat 1 or effectively S speed, about 180 knots. So I did do this the other day and it seemed to descend quite nicely. Again, I'm not too sure what Air New Zealand's SOPs are with this regarding configuration and speeds, etc. But it's a relatively steeper approach when we get a bit further down. But I found 180 knots and S speed did actually seem to work quite nicely. So at kill, QN780, that is 8,600 feet. 775 above 8,600 feet. 7,500 at 770. 67 at VUP, that's it. 51, 760. 42755, and then basically the approach starts at Larav, 3,300 feet. So all of this is a managed descent sector. So this isn't the approach. The approach actually starts at Larav. So what we'll be doing is we're pressing the approach button on the FCUs. This one up here. We'll be pressing this before we get to Larav, and by here we'll probably be starting to look to configure as well. So probably, hopefully, should be about gear down, flat full by the time we get to Larav. That's the plan, and then we just follow this and we just leave it all in. Just the approach mode would be fine. I did a decent job. So that's looking good. The missed approach, again, I saw this the other day, so a little bit interesting, the missed approach. So we've got at above 3,200 feet, at above 4,000, 160 knots all the way around here, and then basically this last one, Rukax, is below 9,000. So 9,000 is effectively the stop altitude for the missed approach. That's what I'll be putting in the FCU for the go around altitude, be 9,000, but then we can climb up after that to something a bit more sensible. Minimum hold altitude at Sungu, which is the end of the go around down here, is 9,002 or 10,000 feet. So yeah, we're probably going up to about 10,000 feet by the time we get to here, but 9,000 initially. And the other interesting thing is 160 knots, so we'll be landing in flat full. But we can't go flat full to 3 to 1 and do it in S speed, because S speed is going to be 180 knots. So what I'm going to do is go basically fly this in flat 3, because it'll be a go around flaps, flat 4 to 3, and then doing all of this at flat 3 at 160 knots, and then once we pass the QN737, I'll start to accelerate. Now, the chances are if I'm above 10,000 feet or 9,000 feet here, and I'm visual the terrain, then I might just go direct to Sungu and then start accelerating. But I'll only do that if I'm visual, because if I am visual, then I can basically maintain my own terrain clearance. QNH, you said is 1003, that's going to be about, that's correct. Temperature should be about 11 degrees. The winds, so it's populated the wind here about 180 5 knots at 23. I don't know if that's exactly correct. I probably won't be able to get the winds because there's probably no data for it. (210) at... Oh. So 100 at 4. So what's that? It's about 50 degrees. Possibly a 5 knot tailwind. Or up to a 5 knot tailwind. But again, we can manage that. So now normally you would probably land on 0.5 with that winds. I'd imagine that's probably the case. What's the minimums? The minimums we had, this was on the PDF chart that's online. Yeah, there is another approach for 0.5. So I don't think it's, I don't know, it might be fun, might be okay, but let's do the other one. So yeah, minimums for this RMP 0.3. That's what we're going to go down to because I think the cloud base is fine. Don't need to go any lower than that. So it's 2623. Of course, normally this would just, I think 2623. That would probably. Would it go 26? It might go 2623. Config 4. Yeah, we'll be doing that. Radnavs, don't need to worry about that too much. That's in NZ QN. Perf, that's all in, that's fine, that's done. Go around. I'm going to leave the acceleration altitudes. There probably is maybe an amendment to this, I'm not too sure. Fuel, so Christchurch is the alternate, and we got another 45 minutes of extra fuel. So we've got enough to give it another go, certainly, before we disappear off to Christchurch and land above final reserve. Secondary, I'm just going to copy that, that needs to change. Good. How are we doing? I finally can see some ground. Close are we to Mount Cook? I think we'll be going pretty close to Mount Cook as well. Is it there? Obviously the highest mountain in New Zealand. Muhut. I think Muhut is what it's basically pretty close to it. So let's get that in. So I think this is Mount Cook up here, Muhut, so it's pretty close to it. That's going to be more or less where Mount Cook is, not far off. Ignore, cool. So yeah, I thought that was what it is. You can do some flights in Australia. I will, Paul. Yeah, I will plan to do that. I'm slowly branching out. I'm just trying to sort of pick up scenery. I'm trying to pick up scenery when I can. So I've got Brisbane scenery. So what I quite fancy doing is doing a flight to Cairns, because I've been to Cairns as a tourist, which was quite good fun. So maybe something like that, a quick, Brisbane to Cairns flight. What's about Norris? Yeah. See you later. Love Queenstown. Sorry, make fun. Spin it. Queen. What approach? So I'm doing the RNAV Yankee to runway 23. That's what I'm doing, Liana, because the RNAV Zulu in Navigraph is not for Cat C aircraft. I don't know if you were here earlier. Bit of weather. So where is it? If I get this over here. Let me just show it to you. Yeah, so this is the RNAV. RNAV Yankee for runway 23. So what's in Navigraph is the RNAV Zulu for runway 23, but it's only a Cat B aircraft. So we're Cat C, so we've got to use the RNAV Yankee, which is in the box. It is in the database if you've got the latest AIRAC. So we can program the RNAV Yankee into the box, but it's exactly the same. The tracks and distances and the heights, they're all exactly the same anyway. So it doesn't really make any difference in terms of the sort of lateral and vertical profile of the approach, because they're identical. The only difference is the minimum is different. So an RMP 0.3, it's a little bit lower on Cat C aircraft. It's a bit higher for Cat A and B. So we can go down to 2,623 feet. If we were doing an RMP 0.15, which we can assume that probably is, you know, the aircraft's probably capable of doing that. I assume it probably is. We could go down to 1,873 feet. The visibility we need is 7,700 meters, which actually that's a very good point. Have we got that? I don't think we had that. Did we? Only had 7,000 meters. Why do Yankee not show in the charts? I don't know, Doc. You'd have to ask Navigraph that. I don't know why they don't have this one as an option in the charts, because, you know, it's exactly the same. That the Navigraph database is there. You know, it's in here as the approach. So, you know, it is an option. You know, we've got RNAV Yankee 23, so it's all here, but they haven't got the chart in. So I don't know why that's not there. Yeah, Mount Cook's quite hard to spot. I thought I saw Alpha the other day, but yeah, I could do with. That's a very good point. Actually, I've just noticed that, where the minimum vis I need is 7.7 kilometers, which I don't have. So I might have to go down to RMP 0.118, which is a lower minimum. That's 4,300 meters, which we do have that. But I need. This is the thing. I need a latest METAR, but obviously the bloody airport's closed, so could be a bug they're just not aware of. Yeah, possibly, quite possibly. Yeah, let's have a look. See if ZQN meter. I've got a TAF that's greater than 10 kilometers for the viz. It doesn't seem to say anything. Scattered clouds, QNH1003. Yeah, I don't have a visibility. Okay. Well, I don't think it's going to be too much of a problem. We've got extra fuel, so we could do it. We could just go down to RMP 0.18. But we'll just stick to RMP 0.3 at the minute. So let's just have a quick look at the SOPs. If I can find it. There's that one. Let's bring this back in and let's have a quick chat about this. There we go, so let's have a quick look. So the approach minimum we've determined, so we're using 0.3 at the minute, but we potentially might have to go down to 0.18. I think the visibility is okay, so we'll just stick to 0.3. So RMP minimum below 0.3 cannot be used in aircraft. Limited to 0.3, I'm going to assume it's not limited to 0.3. I assume it's, you know, the Air New Zealand aircraft are probably, you know, limited down to maybe a 0.15 or something, which is probably an authority regulation thing. The pilots must enter the RMP value and override the RFMS database value if lower. So if we were doing an RMP 0.15, we would have to then overwrite this. We'd have to go 0.15 in here. Just amended it to 0.2, but rounded it up. But yeah, we'd have to change this if we were doing a lower minima. But this should just say this should go down to 0.3 when we start the approach, is what we need, and then we'll have the LDAV deviation scale as well. And we got the central bit, and then we got two little markers here, and each little marker means 0.1 of a nautical mile. So you know we're required to stay within 0.3, which is well within this deflection scale. So we should be fine to do that. However, but we've got to start calling out things if we go outside of this. They've got one ANA chart, there's 5 procedures there. Yeah, again, I'm not going to pay too much attention to Navigraph because, you know, the charts aren't quite correct in there. So what they use in the real world. So going back to the SOP, so we've determined the approach minimum nav aid deselection. We're not going to do anything like that. We should not inadvertently deselect GPS. We're not going to deselect anything anyway, and certainly not deselect the GPS. When doing landing information, we've got that as best we can. Verify the actual outside air temperature is above the minimum temperature indicated on the approach chart. So that's always something good to remember and to think of. Where is... Where's my chart gone? Is that it? There we go. So where's the minimum? There it is. So approaching all authorised when aircraft temperatures below -10. So it is. We know it's probably about 10 degrees. So there's no restriction on the temperature. The winds are within limits. We're working out for -5, but we know that, so we should be well below max anyway. It shouldn't be much of a problem. Use of a QNH from a remote station is prohibited. Well, normally, of course, we would have actual weather data from the airport. FMS flight plan, we've checked that. We've checked all the vertical and lateral navigation database is correct. So maybe because we've seen the FMS magnetic. So that's not going to worry us too much. If a too steep path message is displayed after the final descent points, do not use fine lap guidance. Set another approach. We'll monitor that. I don't think there was anything there in the FMGC. Airspeed configuration must be adapted for the maximum speed required to achieve the radius of turn, which it will. Progress page will complete. So we've inserted the reference runway threshold. That's gone in. Go around strategy. We've kind of discussed this already. It's going to be flat 360 knots. Management grade navigation. Where check GPS 1 and 2 is both in nav. Train on NDs, that's going to have to be on both NDs as well, so that's all both on. RMP value Mach 2, we will do this on the initial approach, just double check it. We might have to put this in a little bit later because it's going to get quite busy. BARF altimeter we will check, and it shall be completed prior after setting barrel reference to the QNH prior to the final approach fix. The final approach fix on this runway, or this approach, is, well, I can find it. The initial approach fix is Accu, and the final approach fix is Larav. So yeah. So we'll make sure that we're on the QNH prior to Larav. Maximum acceptable discrepancy for the end to 600 feet, so that's fine. And then after the final approach fix, the pilot must continuously monitor the VDEV on the PFD. Autopilot flight test used for approach, we will do that. LDAV check display, that will be there. Approaching the FCU press, we'll press that when we're approaching the final descent point, which is LRAV, Larov. AppNav should be armed. Final should engage. This should all engage. Go around, it should be 9,000 feet. Progress phase, we will check this for the RMP values, and then we've got just flight parameters to monitor. So if LDAV goes more than half a dot, and here we go, 1 dot corresponds to 0.1, we just say LDAV and VDEV is, that's 50 feet, half a dot. And then we'll do a go around if this exceeds, if it reaches 1 RMP, or VDEV reaches 3/4 of a dot. How are we doing for descents? So we've got another about 15 minutes or so until we've got to go down. So very busy this because there's a lot of stuff to brief. Minimums we monitor, so we should be visual hopefully at this point, then we can just continue. And at least at the missed approach points, or minimum, we can disconnect the autopilot. We can follow the flight directors if we need to, because the flight director is going to take us all the way down to basically the runway, but I might just disconnect it. So as soon as I'm visual, I'll just disconnect it, put the runway tracking as 233, I think it is, or 231, and then just fly it visually. And then official reference not sufficient, we go around. So we've got a lot of here stuff about abnormal things, which I'm not going to go too much. I'm just going to sort of talk about the salient points, but we can do single engine, and I think we can do this as soon as we pass the initial approach fix. Contingency procedures, lots of contingency procedures, and then there's basically some system failures occurring after initial approach fix. So effectively the approach may continue in case of a single failure. So we get GPS primary lost on 1 ND, nav accuracy downgrade on 1 FMGS, GPS primary, also GPS and FMGS. So if we get any of these problems after the initial approach fix, which is at kill, so that's quite far back, we can basically still continue. As long as 1 AP, one autopilot remains engaged. But we do have to discontinue the approach if visual references are not sufficient. So if final app doesn't engage, loss of a GPS terrain function, FMS GPS position disagrees, FMS 1 and FMS 2 position disagree, GPS primary lost on both NDs, then we have to go around, unless we're visual of course still, dual nav accuracy downgrades, dual loss of FMGCs, or dual autopilot failures if the RMP is below 0.3. Well, it's not, it's going to be at 0.3, so if we get a dual autopilot we can probably still continue as long as we're visual. And that's basically it. So there's a few sort of navigation downgrades that we need to be considerate of, but hopefully we should be visual anyway. So yeah, it's certainly worth briefing. There's a lot of things to brief for RMP AR approaches, and the more you do it, the more sort of familiar you get with it, I suppose. But it's finally nice weather, or better weather. I need to have a look at doing the return flight plan as well. That's something else I need to do. So yeah, we can see just how busy this flight is. So where are we? NZ. So we're going to be the other call sign 612. Where are we? NZQN. NZAA. Christchurch. Let's have Wellington, I think. Actually, let's have HN. What time are we going to go? I think the time we wanted to go was 05:30. So we're going to be on the ground at... Yes, we've got about 40 minutes from landing to then go in for the next one. So that's going to be quite tight, I think. Maybe we can just update that, just update the sort of the OBT. Let's go 05. Let's go 05:40. That gives us enough time to get everybody off and everyone back on again. And go a bit earlier. We will. OJS, that's the aircraft. ANZ612. Oh, interesting. So apparently the winds... no, that's the wrong airport, you donut. That was... so the wind at 1700, which was that yesterday? What's the date today? 21. Yeah, I don't know. It's like the 13th today, so I'm not too sure what I was talking about. Yeah, we're using runway 23. And the departure, I did look at this the other day, because I think the departure that sim brief gives you is not really the departure you're going to do in real life. It's actually going to be an ANPOV, I think it is. Yeah, ANPOV. Oh, that's got it. It was funny, got it. ANPOV 3 Bravo. Yeah. Yeah, it gave me a different departure the other day, so I'm going to be doing that one. Alternates. NZWN. Don't have many long runways in New Zealand at all. NZOH, maybe. What's Taranga? That's pretty small as well. Yeah. Right, I've got a couple of military airports in. I think it's going to be a takeoff alternate as well. That's definitely going to be the case. CH. Right, that's all ready. ready to get that one sorted. Should be a visually pleasing approach to sending. Yeah, it should be nice, Liana. I think the visibility, it's sort of looking good. I mean, we can see that it's looking pretty clear, so I think the minimums, even though the RMP 0.3 approach is down to 7.7 kilometres, and the earlier weather I got was 7 kilometres, I think we should be fine. And yeah, we could go down technically if we needed to a lower minimum. So let's just wrap up the brief then. So whether we've sort of looked at it, we can go to a lower minimum if we need to, but we've used RMP 0.3 for the approach. So 7.7 kilometres we've got. That's the MDA as well, 2623. The aircraft's still fine, there's no weather radar, but it's looking pretty good. Snow time's nothing really to affect us. Threats, lots of terrain around, that's always worth mentioning. So within, what have we got? Let's have a look. So within 15 miles, 11,400 feet, so that's probably worth doing, putting in as well. Let's just go NZ, where are we? Queenstown, QN. So let's put 15 miles in. So anything within this 15-mile radius is going to be 11,400 feet for the MSA. Hopefully we'll be visual anyway, so we can visually manoeuvre if we need to avoid it. The other threat's very short runway. That's what I wanted to do as a landing distance procedure as well. Let me go dry. Let me go tailwinds. God, it's bloody bumpy today. 050 at 05. 11 degrees, 1003 now. QNH has gone down, not really helping too much. Landing weights, we're nowhere near max landing weight. So if it's 55.5 plus another 4.5 is about 60 tons, isn't it? So there we go. If we just go 61, we're not going to be any heavier than that. 61 tons. Medium order brake, max reverse, manual landing. So even with a 5-knot tailwind, we should be okay. Now what it doesn't have, oh there it is, got max manual. So with max manual braking, that's what I didn't do that earlier. So yeah, we can land at 61 tons. In fact, with 66, I mean we're nowhere near max landing weight, but yeah, even at max landing weights on a dry runway, we can land fine with max manual braking. On a good runway, not quite so much. If it was wet, let's go 61. Let's just see if there's any difference at 61 tons. So yeah, if it's a wet runway, our landing distance is still fine. The factored landing distance is a little bit out, but we're not going to be, I don't think it's going to be a wet runway, so we should be fine. So there we go, we've got medium order brake, max reverse, and probably full max braking. Is it really bouncy? No, seems to be going up and down. It is, yeah. This is just what it's like, though. You know, if it's this bumpy in real life, you know, this is unfortunately this is the sort of days you get. Not much you can do about it. You just got to sit there and ride it out. What else? We've got a brief. So yeah, we sort of briefed the approach. We're going to do 180 knots at flat one down the approach, and then we're going to start configuring towards the final approach fix, which is Larav. So it'll be fully configured by here. Make sure the RMP 0.3 is in this bit. Make sure the approachable arms and engages, and we're just going to monitor the lateral and vertical deviation. Vacating when we land. We're sort of vacating towards the end of the terminal. So we'll come off at Alpha 4, I think, and then just park on one of the stands. So any stands, Romeo 2, Romeo 3, Romeo 4, all of those should work quite nicely. 3 minutes for the engine, so that's... We'll need 3 minutes for the engines before we can shut them down.
Queenstown area traffic velocity 875, we're inbound opening 17 nautical miles, we're descending now to flight 34021 Vancouver, and we are now approaching 2 feet.
Sorry, did lose the audio. Yeah, so I just muted it. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, so Christchurch is just off behind us now, and Mount Cook is just off the right hand side. So yeah, Mount Cook's over here somewhere. Not exactly sure. I think it's here. I think this is one of them, or one of them. I think the draw distance of the terrain's not quite good enough to really pick it out, but it's somewhere around here. Alright, so what's the first ascent altitude we want? Probably 150, flight level 150. Alright, so what we got for fuel, the last waypoint is Upnix. Let's have a last little check before we start the approach. Upnix is about an hour and 1 minute in, so yeah, that's looking pretty good. We want about, what's that, 2.8, 2.9 plus another sort of 1600, so that's about 4, 6 or 7. Yeah, we go 4, 6 and 7, so bang on, so we're pretty much bang on time with the right fuel as well. Alright, let's wind this up. 15, flight level 150. And let's start going down. So we got descents, flight level 150 blue. Queenstown traffic, New Zealand 611 is descending flight level 150 for the LROV 4 Bravo arrival and the RMP Alpha Yankee approach runway 23. Yep. Is that dark? I'm guessing that's dark. Or at least it was him. Yeah, it's all done. Don't think there's much else that we need to do. Looks clear ahead, yeah it does. So many more can't even get a cup of tea. Yeah, that's why I don't like the 737. It's too agricultural. Yeah, I'm sure it's a great aircraft. I've got nothing against Boeing or anything else. Just I find this a lot easier. But I know what I'm doing in this. That's probably why I find it easier. So yeah, so the approach is taking us. I think Queenstown is up here. I think. Yeah, sorry, I just texted somebody. So yeah, I think Queenstown's up here. So yeah, 7.7 was the visibility required for the 0.3, and that's what we're doing. So it looks like we're going to be visual, so that's not going to be an issue at all. So where is... So just off behind us. So yeah, is that Mount Cook? That possibly might be Mount Cook there. There's Mount Cook Airport, isn't there? Which is... Where is Mount Cook Airport? It's sort of in this valley, I think. It's just at the sort of bottom here is Mount Cook. So yeah, that could well be Mount Cook. Yeah, I'd say that's probably it. I think that's the highest point I can see on the actual sort of charts. Oh, where am I going? Thank you. Right, hurry up, Dart. You're only bloody 12 miles ahead of me. Get a move on. Size 6 realism set any better or not? I've not really tried enough, Ryan, to be honest. When I did the landing the other day in Amsterdam, I didn't really notice much difference at all when I had this. Yeah, so if people have seen, I had this set to on realistic size stick, and yeah, to be fair, I didn't actually notice any bloody difference. So I don't know. I need a bit more practice, I think. That's it. Yeah, I definitely think that was it, wasn't it? Yeah, wrong way. So yeah, by Attic, probably about 180 knots. Flat one, that's kind of what we're planning to do. Yeah, if it was at the end of the ice sheets. Yeah. Yeah, it's sort of... can we still see it? Possibly. Yeah, it's sort of in this fork, isn't it? Where these two valleys are, it's sort of there, I think, the airfield. Yeah, I don't know how much better the terrain is because it's got the New Zealand mesh terrain on all backs. I don't know how much better it makes the terrain look. I mean, that still looks pretty good. I know in the distance it's looking a bit crappy because of the draw distance of the terrain, but pretty close. It's looking. I think it looks okay. I'm not too sure why you'd want to spend £20 on that, but this to me looks pretty realistic. It certainly looks like sort of terrain you don't want to crash into. So yeah, I'm not too sure how much better that terrain product would be. Right, it says 20,000, so the QNH is on. So I think which is always worth doing, actually, I think for this, just for the situation awareness, but vertical plan to Accu will be 180 knots. So I'm just putting 180 knots in there as a constraint, just so the FMTC sort of works out and just tries to get me to that sort of speed. I had bumpy flight into Stockholm last week. Any tips on how to deal with the turbulence? RLS? Not really RLS. I mean, yeah, at what point in the flight? I mean, I don't know if you've been watching this from the start, but it's been bumpy as anything pretty much out for all the flight. There was a SIGMET for severe turbulence, so that's very realistic. There isn't really anything you can do about it. You just fly at a selected selected speed, which is turbulence penetration speed. So during the cruise is 0.76. And you just got to ride it out. There isn't really much you can do. I mean, you can fly maybe a lower flight level. It might be sort of smoother at a lower flight level, potentially. But I mean, you know, that doesn't always work. So yeah, you've just got to deal with it. You know, on the approach, obviously you've got the limitations for the landings. You know, the crosswinds limitations. But yeah, you know, it's just one of those things which you just got to deal with. You know, it should be forecast, so you can take extra fuel to sort of go lower flight levels. Alright, it's getting strapped in. So yeah, unfortunately, it's not really something that you can do too much about. Right, let's keep on going down. 10,000 feet is now the lowest for what is it, Accu, and on a QNH as well. So set the QNH. Again, we can see it's quite bumpy now as well. So one QNH is cross-checked, and that's 10,000 blue. Get the approach checks out. Barrow ref QNH 1003 is set. Seatbelts are on. Minimum is a Barrow of 2,623. Auto brake is medium, and EFBs are stowed, and I'm still disconnected. I've got to plug that in.
Queenstown traffic, velocity 875, inbound upfill. We'll keep best speed to keep separation from the traffic behind us. We're now on the Alpha 4 Bravo arrival into 23.
Thank you. I've still got another 10 miles to go to Equinox. What would happen in real world, assume you would route around it? What, route around turbulence? Yeah, you probably don't have much choice. I mean, if we look at the SIGMET chart for New Zealand, you know, there's the turbulence. You know, Auckland, you can't really route round that. If you go that way or that way, you know, you just got to go through it. You know, like I said, there's not much you can do about it, mate. You just got to, you know, fly turbulence penetration speeds. You know, keep passengers belted in. Fly lower cruise flight levels. That can sometimes help. And yeah, you've just got to deal with it. You know, it's not something where, you know, really. I mean, you do get severe turbulence and severe clear air turbulence, which, you know, can cause damage and injuries. You do occasionally see those sort of things on the news, but generally most people don't stop flights because of that. You know, that's not really a reason to stop flying. So yeah, you just got to deal with it. That's all I can say. There's not really much else you can do. Right, so 10,000 now. That's the minimum, and we want to start coming down to about 180 knots. And then we're just going to descend with the profile. And New Zealand 611 is approaching Accu, reducing 180 knots for the RMP approach onto runway 23. Right, I'm just sort of coming off the chat now, guys, because I've got to concentrate on this. So 10,000. So what we can put in now is we can actually put the minimum and just let the thing do it and manage descent. So the platform, or where Larav is 3,300 feet. So that's effectively the minimum. We've got 7,500 magenta, which is now the constraints really here. So we should be above 8,600 here and here, which we should be doing quite nicely. Right, so we're below VFE, so flat 1, speeds chat flat 1. Let's select 180 knots. Bit of a tailwind, so that's not helping us too much. So if we're going to struggle with that speed, we can always get flap 2 out of a little bit earlier. And then we're just going to fly all the way down the approach, and then Queenstown is down here somewhere. And visibility is obviously very, very good. It's fine. And the approach from memory, I think it's taken me down this valley here, and then I sort of turn right here. So it's not this valley, it's this one. So in here, down here, and then back in for the approach. So the other thing which is not really mentioned, obviously the landing, it's a short runway. I'm not really looking for a greaser. Just trying to get it down in the touchdown zone. And the other thing with runway 23, there's a bit of a cliff to the end of the runway. So the radio altimeter, it goes from sort of 150 feet to sort of 30 feet very, very quickly. So using the cadence of the radio altimeter, to determine the flare is quite difficult. It's a short runway, so you're going to look high. And the cadence of the radio altimeter is usually quite good for determining the flare, but because the radio altimeter is baffled a little bit by the big sort of sudden drop off at the end of runway 23, you really just got to trust your sort of instinct of when to flare. And I find sort of flaring just above the sort of just before the threshold or just around there should work reasonably well. We just need to keep an eye on this wind. So we're just about maintaining 180 knots, but struggling a little bit. I'm going to go flat 2 just to help it down. So speeds checked, flat 2. And I might even come back to 160 just to help out a bit more.
Queenstown area traffic, velocity 875. We're 1 mile from Narva on the approach for 23.
Alright, so Queenstown, there we go. We just about see the airport down there. Dark is about to land. Sorry if I'm missing the chat here. It's memories of Innsbruck. Yeah, this is a bit easier than Innsbruck, I think, to be fair. There's less traffic as well. There's less dickheads on Vatsen. So again, all visual, very, very happy where the aircraft is. We're on profile. Everything's looking really good. Very, very happy with the train separation as well. So it's actually very, very nice approach on days like this. Now, this is the beauty of the automation. Oh, there we go, got 0.3, that's gone in already, that's perfect. So you can see the actual estimated navigation accuracy is 0.03. So we're sort of effectively sort of 10%, well, 100%, I suppose, 100% better than what's required. No, it's to be fair, Innsbruck isn't hard, but it's just not easy on Vatsen because nobody knows what they're fucking doing. Which I don't blame them because when do they ever fly there in real life? Probably not very often at all. I mean, even I don't go there in real life. I don't bloody do that anymore. It's far too odd. Right, lights are coming on. So we're starting to approach I want to say LLAF, but it's not. Right, so start configuring. So gear down. So let's check gear down.
Terrain ahead.
So we got terrain. I might switch that off because I'm visual.
Terrain ahead.
I don't want that nuisance. So I'm going to switch that off because it's just a bit too sensitive otherwise. Let's start slowing down as well. So we've still got 12 knot tailwind. So just keep an eye on that. Hopefully that will drop to about 5 knots by the time we get on the ground. Let's go flat 3. So let's check flat 3. A little bit turbulent, a little bit windy in the valley. There's a detailed guide flying Innsbruck. Probably many are following it. I bet lots of people are following that. I bet even that detailed guide is probably not exactly the same as what it should be in real life. I mean, I know you've got to accommodate a little bit. Right, so V Dev and LDev comes up. The final descent point is now appeared. So we can arm the approach. So there's been no failures so far. So final lap. So that's just going to follow it. Let's go flat full. So we check flat full.
2,500.
Radio altimeter is alive. Just wait for 2,000 for the landing checklist. So again, no failures. We've got GPS primary axis high 0.3. We're well below that. That's all looking good. We're well within the limits as well. This is 0.1. We need to be within 0.3. And the missed approach altitude is 9,000 feet. So we can set that. So we are visual. Technically, I could disconnect the autopilot and fly it visually if I want. I'm just going to let the autopilot do all this bit to start with, just because, you know, it's doing a decent job. There's no reason to just complicate things. And I will disconnect the autopilot a bit lower down. And the final inbound track is, what are we, 233, yeah. So still a little bit of a tailwind on the approach. So yeah, probably 05 is more likely to be in use in these sort of conditions, but I'm expecting that to drop off as we get close to the ground. And there's the airport. Some of the spoilers in numpty. Alright, that's all done, that's done. That's all
Velocity
fine.
875 vacated.
That's all set. So what's VLS? VLS is about 129. VLS 129, 134, that's looking good. I'm not going to add anything to the approach speed just because obviously that increases the landing distance ever so slightly. So again, we could just leave the autopilot flying it all the way down to about 250 feet on this. You know, it's doing a good job, everything's within limits. There's no real reason to intervene with visual as well. So, you know, this is all working beautifully. A little bit of wind shift there. So again, 10 knot tailwind, not really helping. So I didn't really work out the landing. This was a 10 knot tailwind, but you know, we'll deal with it. We've got the option of 05 if we don't get in on this one.
1,000.
Alright, that's 1,000 checked. Right, so I'm happy with that. I'm going to disconnect. Flight directors are on. Birds on. Flight directors off. 233 is the inbound track, all the way thrust speed. And now we can just sort of basically fly the aircraft. 2 reds, 2 whites, and the pappies. Visual the terrain on the left. Don't want to get too low because of that cliff.
500.
So 500 stakes, still an 8 knot tailwind. So it'll be max manual braking. Free red scene.
$30, $20, retard.
Go on, flare. So spoilers, first green, and decel, manual braking. Oh, it's all over the place. Max manual braking, 70 knots. Ugh, that was awful. It doesn't help when you're trying to look round the aircraft. Right, start actually 3 minutes. Well, that didn't really sort of flare too much at all, so that wasn't particularly very good. I might switch that realistic side stick off because that was utter shite. Queenstown traffic, New Zealand 611 is vacated, going to park on Romeo 3, I think.
Welcome to Queenstown.
Thank you. So Romeo 3 is straight in. Let's just get all these off. Getting that started. Come off. Done. Come up. What is the landing rates? It's Fly Life Studios, but it's just utter crap. Was that a positive one as well? I wasn't even. It's shit, that app. It really is. I don't know why I bother having it because it just never works. Does that say plus 400 something, whatever the landing rate was? Yeah. It's not good. Don't bother. I mean, it's free, but don't waste your money. Even though you don't have to waste your money, but don't even waste your time installing it. Right, so it looks like we're clear on the right and clear on the left. It's obviously quite tight, the guy next to us, or dark next to us. So APU's coming on, accumulator pressure's good, so maybe a little bit left to centre line there. Right, he's happy. So parking brake is on, brakes are holding, and that is almost exactly 3 minutes. So engine 1's off, engine 2's off. Done. %. Beacon's off. That's done, that's off. What we got there? Okay, fine. Around 38 minutes. Done. Get that on. APU, power's good, that can go back on. Perfect, we're done. Alright, let's get GSX up. Let's get everybody off.
Deboarding requested.
Right, bridge checks. No, don't bother. It's just crap. Dirk, I wouldn't bother at all. Parking checklist is radar protected wind shear is off. Parking brake is on. Engines are off. External lights are all set. Fuel pumps. Oh, I ain't done that, have I? There we go. Got that. Sensors are off. Fuel electric pump is off, and the PED is on and connected. Perfect. Right, good. So that's that done. We need to have a start looking at that, the return as well. Let's get these back on. Is the QNH correct as well? 1004. That wasn't too bad. It's pretty close, wasn't it? Not sure what's happening to that baggage handler.
Passengers deboarding starting.
That one. So we want to get, we want to go in about 35 minutes. That'd be quite tight, but we'll give it a go. Yeah, it's all open, fine. Right, we've got chocks and cones. That's pretty good. We've got no brake fans, so because we've got no brake fans, and temperature's a little bit high, but we have got the chocks, so parking brake can come off. That just helps the brakes cool a little bit. So GSX isn't too bothered about it. No, good. Right, so let's have a look at the next flight plan. Let's get this all up. That's all done. That's done. I am lemon. Yeah, that's the plan. I am planning to do that. So if we can get going in the next half hour. Be a bit tight, but hopefully I can do it. What is the flight time? It's only around 35 on the way back, so it's not too bad. 612, that's all done. Right, it's the flight plan is filed for what that's worth. Let's go. Reconnect on that sim, just disconnect for a second. 2, reconnect. Alright, that's me back on the new call sign. Alright, let's see if we can get the new flight plan in here. Actually, have I got... What was the... Yeah, no, that's correct, 0540. So, yeah, just under 45 minutes. So 161, oh Christ, a full load. Yeah, it might be a bit tight to get out on time with that one. So, we do that one. So there we go, Queenstown, Auckland now. So what's the takeoff weight? 65.2. Just need to double check the takeoff weight on this, but we're probably going to use flat 3 anyway. Auckland, Hamilton's the alternate. 29,000 feet. I thought they'd be a little bit higher actually. 30,000, 29. Okay, we are going to be climbing a lot higher than that, 29,000. We can probably go up to about 37, I would say, maybe 35. So the trip's probably a little bit overestimated on that. It'll probably be a little bit lower, so a little bit higher up. 6.5 tons is plog, but we know the weather's horrific back in Auckland. There we go, 180.27, gusting 41. Jesus. All right, there we go. It's going to be good fun, isn't it? And gusting 35. So these times are all obviously a little bit off, so I need to keep an eye on the actual times. So we're going to go back, well, we're going to be back in about 2 hours. That's going to be about 1500. So 190 at 20. So it's going to start dropping down a little bit. 4,000 meters in rain broken. So it's all looking like it's Cat 1, heavy rain. A lot stronger winds tonight, but not pretty good at the minute. So definitely need it for another go. Christchurch is the departure airport out of here. That's fine, we can get into there, no problems. If we get any problems out of Queenstown. There's no weather available for Hamilton. Maybe get God, Wellington's not that much better, is it? That's gusting 40. God, it's a horrific day in New Zealand. A Kia, which is military, so a couple of military airports. So I'm definitely going to take enough fuel, I think. It's not a particularly nice day, is it? And very, very windy, so yeah, I think it's certainly a good idea to take extra. Where's my alternates? So an extra ton, worst case Wellington, so I'm definitely going to be taking that. Let's think in space. Let's just see if there's any departure. Regulate takeoff pace. 23 for takeoff. It should be. What's it put in? Has it put 05 in there? Yeah, 23 for takeoff. I mean, I could go 05 to be fair. I'll just have a look. What I'll do is I'll do 23 with a 5 knot tail. And obviously, if the wind's a little, if the weight's a little bit tight. It is dry at least, we can do that. Probably going to be config 3. It will be toga. Anti-ice will be off, packs will be on, and let's have a look. So we're going to be an extra at least ton, let's say 2 tons on top of that. So what's that, 66, 67, let's go for 67.5, probably at least as a takeoff weight. Trim's going to be 30-ish. Doesn't matter too much on the trim. The winds, let's go 5 knot tail. It is, what is the temperature? About 16 degrees. That's not too bad. Is that deboarding done? No, there's still a load of passengers. God, come on, guys, get off. How many years of flying did it take to become a captain? How many years? How many years did it take me? God, now you're asking. I'm trying to remember when I became a captain. 6. It was about 6 or 7 years, which is pretty normal actually, I suppose, for this sort of part of the world. Yeah, it's about 6 years, I think it was for me. I've lost my trail of thought now. What am I doing this one? Ah, you fucking arsehole. NZ QN 23 dry. Flap 3, toga, yes, that's off. What did I say it was? 60? Oh, I've bloody forgotten now. Fucking app. 67.5, didn't I? Yeah. 7.5. Oh, come on. 30. 050 at 5. 16 degrees. QNH 1004, I think it said. Section 4 length. Yeah. Oh, okay, interesting. So yeah, we are extremely takeoff weight limited. It's going to have to be 0.5. We're going to have to do this. Yeah, we can't even take off on 2-3. So yeah, this is going to have to be a 0.5 departure, which is fine. That gives us something different to do. So there we go, 68.4. So we're going to be max probably 67.5. So that's okay. We can do that. That just means we need to think about the departure and the flight plan. So the actual departure we'll be doing will be AMPOV 3 Alpha. I think it is. Is it 3 Alpha or 3? That's 2-3, it's 3 Alpha. So there we go, we're sort of taking off doing this sort of left-hand turn all the way around, maximum 180 knots, so that's something to think about. And then going up to Savla. Stop altitudes. Have we got stop altitude? Doesn't look like we do. So I'm just going to put 15,000, I think, in the stop. Alright, that's done. So yeah, we'll be taking off in that direction and then sort of going round this sort of valley here and then going back way to the north, which may be a little bit quicker. If I can get the refueling. I'll need to wait until we're boarding, don't we? Reloads. In fact, I'll wait for the sim brief thing as well. What I can do though is I probably can get this going, can't I? Rest in it. Perfect. Queenstown to Auckland, 612, 20 again. Cost index. Winds, crest of winds. Get that in. Queenstown departure 05. AMPOV 3 Alpha. Oh. Savla. ILS runway 23 left, and it's a Davy 3 Echo. So distance should be about 622 miles, 602, that's not too bad, that would be fine. Imagine it's got runway 23, so yeah, a little bit less. Progress, NZ, QN. 2, 3. In fact, I might go 0.5 because there's definitely a tailwind, wasn't there? So more likely than anything to go back on 0.5. 290. See, I don't think we're going to be. Let's go 350. Let's see what that is. 16 degrees. 3.5. Oh, it says we can go up to 3.9 potentially. No, it hasn't. I know it hasn't because I haven't got the weights in. 59 tons. What's it to Wellington? So Wellington was another 900 kilograms on top of that. So it's about about 2 tons to Wellington. So I think it's about 7.3, and we said we want another couple of tons, didn't we? So Plog's 6.5. So let's go 8.5, and that'd be 67, 8.5. Just for the weather down the other end. So 60. There we go. 67.3 takeoff weight. That'd be about 30% on the trim, I guess. A bit of extra fuel. That's what we want for another go in Auckland. That's done, that's done, that's done. Performance will come back to in a second. Perf is going to be config 3.
Do you want to deboard crew?
No. Right, I think everybody's off. In which case, I can go request refueling.
Refueling truck is on its way.
Please don't load aircraft until the fuel truck arrives and ask to do it.
Oh, actually, I've done that wrong, haven't I? 6122. Right, good. That's the GSX is fine. I don't think I need the AP on really. That can come off. How are you doing for the temperatures? They're not too bad. They're below 300 degrees. That's fine. That's what we need for the departure.
Fuel truck is in position.
Perfect.
Please don't load aircraft until the fuel truck arrives and ask to do it.
Please use your airplane fuel system to set the desired fuel quantity.
Excellent. So we want 8.5. Load the aircraft real time. And also want to request boarding.
Boarding requested.
Right, I wanted to be out of here in about 25 minutes, but probably not going to quite do that. It won't be too far off. Let's just try and finish this off. So fuel, so we've got the extra. That's don't really need that. Don't need that. Performance we'll come back to. We'll come back to this as well. Secondary. Right, so this is an interesting thing. So what on earth are we going to do for an engine out procedure? So I've got no idea what the engine out procedure is here for Queenstown, but I would imagine it's something maybe along the lines of this. maybe straight on a left-hand turn. Obviously, it's below the terrain here, so I think what the best thing to do is maybe
boarding starting.
do this as a departure, and then when you get to Lamac, effectively do what the sort of missed approach was for runway 23. So I might put that in, RMP Zulu. Or in fact, this is the missed approach for the RMP Zulu approach runway 05. So maybe just keep something similar to this. So from Queenstown 566, just put these waypoints in. Because this is the missed approach, and this accounts for single engine, then surely we could do something similar to this for an engine out procedure on departure. Now, the regulations are ever so slightly different in terms of where this is all calculated from, in terms of, this is from a missed approach point, where on departure is calculated from an engine failure at V1. So, it's ever so slightly different points from a performance point of view, but I think we should just do this. So, if that's what I've got, is that, what's the departure? Let's go back, let's unload this one, import the new one in. POV. No, that's the wrong one. Oh, I hate this new Navigraph thing. I just want to delete that chart from my Navigraph app. Delete. Clear. Oh, fine, sorry, I just won't click on you. That's fine with me. So, what was the missed approach? So, Queenstown 522. So, that's not on the departure. So it's a left-hand turn. I think what we'll do is Queenstown 846 to QN 566 and then do this bit. So yeah, that's what we'll do. Approach. So Queenstown 556. Queenstown 849. QN. Doing. Losing my trail of thought completely. Right, QN 556. This is the missed approach for the RNAV for 05. This is why I'm putting this in. 560. Tunry is after that. QN 878. Two. Sungu, and we can hold there. So Sungu is what's that? 339 left turns. Good. So that's the secondary. So in terms of sort of engine failure on departure. This is what I've done, so we're going to go out here to see that. So to QN, we're going to basically follow this approach, follow this departure. So QN 843, and then we're going to make a left-hand turn back to this waypoint here, QN 556. We're just going to do this sort of visual departure here around all the way to the left, and then we're just going to follow this sort of track outbound as an emergency. This is basically the missed approach point for the INAV approach for 05. So that's the plan for that if anything goes wrong. What is worth doing is checking the landing weight as well. Do you prefer night flights or daylight? Yeah, I don't really care. Don't really care, to be honest. Makes no difference to me. So let's have a quick look at the landing performance as well. So just to make sure, if we had a fire we can't extinguish, just to make sure that we can still get back into Queenstown, because you don't want to be hanging around with a fire for a very long time. So it is dry. Let's assume still winds. 16 degrees. QNH is 1004. And what we've taken off at 67.3. So we're not going to be quite that heavy by the time we get back, say 66 tons. Same max landing weight. Probably going to burn a ton by the time we've done all that. Maximum. So yeah, so this is why it's good to check this. So if we had an engine fire, we can extinguish any other problems where we need to get back into Queenstown urgently on a dry runway on 05 for still winds for these sort of wind temperatures at max landing weight with max manual braking and maximum reverse, we can still land on runway 05 without any problems whatsoever. That's why we've got that in the secondary. What's the options actually for the arrival? I just wonder if there's any other approaches that I could do other than the RNAV. Don't really want to do that. So from the south to VOR. Potentially do the VOR. That might be quite expeditious. That's for runway. What's the approach on that? And that's runway 23 anyway. Afton, there is an approach. So I don't think that's straight in, that's a circle to land approach, but still. Don't really want to do that single engine though, do I? Right, I might have to do the RNP approach, which, that's fine. Maybe you can just go Babu. Yeah, okay, let's put a Babu in. Once we're above the MSA, I would go there. And then we've got the RNP approach. Although technically, I suppose we couldn't really do that, could we? Single engine. Might have to if we're on fire. It's no other choices. So I suppose we could do a VOR, visual approach. Well, let's just hope it doesn't happen. I suppose that's the best thing. Plan for the worst, hope for the best. Right, so what else we've got to worry about? So the missed, not missed approach, but the departure. And POF 3 Alpha. It's also on the charts. RMP.3, that's fine. 6,000. So it's minimum climb gradient of 10.5% up to 6,000 feet. Well, unfortunately, we don't have that facility on the iPad to work it out, but I'm sure 2-engine we can probably do that. There's a couple of speed constraints as well, so 180 knots and then 195 knots. In this departure. So let's have a quick look at this, just so we know what we're doing. So yeah, 160 knots, 160 all the way around, then 180, 195. So what I'll be doing is a flat 3 departure, an S-speed 194. So I'm just going to go 160 knots, pre-selected. Take off at flat 3, and then we're just going to leave it flat 3 all the way until we get to these waypoints here where we can start accelerating. So yeah, we're going to accelerate quite high up. And then if we're visual above the MSA at some point around this turn, we'll just go direct to one of the waypoints anyway. We don't need to do all of this if we're above the terrain. Alright, that's done. Switching power, why have I turned that on? That's that done. Let's have a quick look at the performance. Loop the loop, yeah. So once you've been promoted to the left, do you still sometimes need to fly from the... No, Leonic, you don't know, because you get checked out on the left-hand seat. So trainers are checked out on the right-hand seat, so you know they can fly in both, but normal line captains, they're just checked out on the left. So you don't fly from the right at all. Right, anyway, Queenstown 05 dry 3, all of this is done. I need to get the... I wonder if there's a weight and balance. I've not actually got the load sheet yet, have I? Right, so arrival message, thank you, that's done. Load sheets, so we've got 59 tons, perfect, that's what we expect. So takeoff is going to be higher than that because we loaded more, 31% on the CAG. That's done. Takeoff's going to be about 30%-ish, 29 to 30% I'd imagine. So accept that. So let's go back to the performance. So takeoff weight is actually 67.3, isn't it? 67.3, yeah. What's the taxi fuel? Yeah, because the taxi fuel is going to be, it's going to be like 100 kilograms, isn't it? So probably 67, let's go 67.5, that's probably best case, or worst case. Like we said, 67.5, about 30%. Full length. And it's 134, 139, 141. 130, what's it, what did I say? 34, 39. Flaps 3 and it's toga. Not too sure about the thrust acceleration altitudes. I don't think it's noise abatement. I could have a quick look, I suppose, while there. Taxi. Much procedures. It could well be noise abatement, potentially. So I've got, I wonder if the route's, is that route the same as me? No, but doesn't look like I've got the route in like it suggests on the charts, never mind. Oh well. Celebi. Takeoff. So minimums we've got, that's fine. Yeah, I can't see anything about noise abatement, so it's going to be a very short taxi anyway. So almost there, 130 odd passengers to go. Well, 30 passengers to go out of 160, so we're not doing too bad actually. We want to be going about half past, so yeah, we're looking okay. Looking like we should be able to do that. Of course, a bit laggy. Oh, why you got so laggy? Brake temp still 200 there, okay. Right, that's all done. Have we got the fuel? We've got the fuel at least, that's one thing done. Oh, that is come. I think the parking brake needs to be on for that to come on. Which the parking brake's off, because I've got the parking brake to allow the brakes to cool. So yeah, I don't think that should actually be coming on, technically. Oh well. Doesn't matter. Right, let's have a quick look at this. So engine oil, we've still got that. We've still got hydraulics. Yeah, they're all good. All hydraulic quantity, oxygen quantity, that's all fine. So let's do the Cockpit preparation, aircraft acceptance is completed. Fuel quantity we have 8.5, and it's balanced. Seatbelts there on ADRSs. We have 3 in nav and green. Power ref is QNH 1014 still, so that's all done. So cockpit preparation checklist is complete. Right, it's a quick brief then. So the weather's actually fine out of here. It's nice clear days. So yeah, we've gone for 0.5 just because that's probably more of a headwind component because we are quite heavy and we can't get off on runway 23 on with the tailwind. The aircraft's fine. It all still works. No weather radar, sadly, but is the CP use? It is lemon.
Queenstown traffic, velocity 876, pushback from stand 2, we're pushback facing left.
Alright, Dark's about to push, so we've still got a few minutes before we go, so that's fine, he can get going. No time's nothing really to affect us that I remember seeing. Let's just remind myself before I forget. What do we got? No time wise. Nothing that I can see. Cranes, VFR traffic. Okay, no, that's fine. So yeah, no NOTAM's threats, obviously major threats with the terrain and the departure itself. So what do we say the minimums are? So 10,000 feet within 25 miles on the departure. So I think as soon as we're above 10,000 feet in visual, we can just go straight up to our sort of exit point of Savla on the departure on the SID. There's speed constraints around the corner as well, 160 knots maximum for the first few turns. We're taking off in flap 3, so we hold 160 knots in this turn. All good, boarding's complete. Perfect. Get on with this. So yeah, not quite there on the EFB. Let's get the parking brake back on. Let's get the chocks on. There should be. Oh well, the EFB will slowly catch up. So parking brake is there. Let's get the APU back on. So what's the other threats? Yes, we talked about the flaps. Weather down at Auckland. That's going to be shit as well, but we can brief that on the way back. So yeah, not very nice weather at the arrival airport. Not too much other threats. Very short taxi. We'll do 2-engine taxi. Probably do the flight controls on the taxi before we actually get going as well. So once we've pushed back, make sure we've got 3 minutes for the engines, and that's about it. So I don't think there's going to be too much traffic around, apart from dark. I think we should be good. So there's no other arrivals into Queenstown. It doesn't look like there is. There's supposedly somebody coming into Queenstown, but it looks like he's gone past New Zealand and he's carrying on down towards the South Pole, so maybe he's gone to sleep. Have you watched EasyJet Cockpit Series HD? They're amazing, really enjoy them. Good, yeah, I have seen them. Yeah, I'm not going to comment on them, there's nothing to do with me. But I suppose it's a bit of a glimpse to inside what it's like in the flight deck, isn't it? Right, APU, is that there? Yeah, that's there. That can go on, that can come off. Oh, that can come off. Perfect. Right, everything else is done. That's all done. That's done. That's still on me. 2000 will do. Load sheet still to come. That's fine. We can restart that. That's all done. Why are you not in nav? Flight directors aren't on. That's why. There we go, climb nav, that's looking better. They're all done. Seatbelts are good. Now you can come on. Packs on for departure. I mean, maybe they might have packs off, I don't know, potentially near New Zealand. So yeah, I don't exactly know what the procedures are. So they might leave the APU on and then have the APU bleed run the packs on this departure, similar to sort of what happens in Innsbruck. So you know, if you fly for Air New Zealand, or if you know the procedures a lot more specifically than I do, then where are you gone? We're going to need a tractor to pull you out there, Dark. That's not looking particularly good. So the push here is just a push, and then to go to this point here and probably vacate on that taxiway, I suppose. And yeah, we can see there's a We can see it looks like there's probably a bit of a headwind component there on the windsock. Oh dear. Oops. So yeah, we're actually not too far away. In fact, I think I did amend it to 0540, don't I, the OBT. So we're actually, well, probably originally half past was the schedule, but yeah, we should be getting away by 40 and an hour and 35. SWAT 2, so I should be on the ground by about 3:30 UK local time, which is fine. Right, I'm just going to go off the air for a second just to make sure, because yeah, just make sure my dog's still alive. 1 second. Yeah, it's yeah, going to struggle to get out of there, I think, Doc. So. Oh dear. What terrain? What scenery have you got? Have you got the? Have you got the Queenstown scenery, or is it? You know, the default scenery. I mean, I think there is a GSX profile. Well, I've got the GSX. Well, I've amended the GSX profile. Just to make it a bit more user-friendly.
Dry.
Right, what else have we got to do? Not much. Just literally waiting for this load sheets. Oh, it's not quite finished boarding, that's why. Inibuilds. Yeah, it's the same as me then. Yeah. You need. I'll send you the GSX profile if you want.
876. After the ground crew has decided to put it in the grass. We're going to try and taxi via Alpha 4 and backtrack runway 23.
At least you're in a 737. Right, I think I've done everything. Quick paranoia check. What's the name of the departure? Anpov. Yeah. Your Anpov 3 says GE special design criteria. GE aviation approval required. What is GE? Let's have a quick look. GE special design criteria general. I have no idea. Absolutely no idea. I don't know, to be perfectly honest, but it is approved. You know, it's up for CATC aircraft, so I'm going to assume that we can do it without any problems. Right, final little paranoia check of the box. That's all done. That's done. That's all done. The route's in. Radnavs don't really need that. That's all done. That's done. 3.5. Yeah, should be able to do that. Performance is in. That's done. Flap 3 toga. got the speed, 160 knots. Yeah, that's going to be flap 3. I could do could do that as flap 2 actually. Sorry, so I can yeah, retract it to flaps 2 and then do that 160 knots. Bit of extra fuel secondaries all done as well. I normally don't retract flaps from 3 to 2 on a departure, so I might just leave it at flap 3 actually. So it's not really sort of SOP. And we'll probably get a decent climb gradient anyway at that, so as soon as we get above 10,000 feet, we'll just make a left-hand turn. Carry on the route. Go on, Lochi. Are you departing runway 23, Dark? Oh, that's impressive. I'm guessing the performance allows you to do that. I don't know what the performance is for the 737. Come on. I want me load sheet, I want to go. Done ploughing, yeah, I'm going to call you grass cutter, Dark. As the wheels, wheel temperatures are still fine. Resend it from the AFB. Yeah, I might have to, Bruno. I mean, they're usually pretty good, aren't they? But so literally one spare seat, isn't it? Yeah, that's it. If it gets to 38, I will give them the benefit of the doubt. Right, I think this is RMPAR again, so terrain can go back on both. There's potential that I might get GPWS terrain again on the departure, but if I need to, I'll just deselect it and visual. So I'll just visually avoid the terrain. I mean, Dark's taking off anyway from, so there's no major rush. I'll just see you go off the end of the cliff now, that'll be the next thing I'll see.
Queenstown traffic, velocity 876, taking off 23, sorry. On the
yeah, don't ask me why
departure.
he's doing 05. Sorry, why he's doing 23. I mean, maybe he can do it. Ha, it's the low sheet. Perfect. I mean, we can't do 05 because it's a bit of a headwind, and we're well above the maximum weight to do that. So zero fuel weight is 59.1. That's again within limits. So fuel weight is 51. So again, that's fine. Trim is 29.1. Perfect. So accept that. That's within limits. That can go. That can go. And the aircraft pushback. And he just got airborne, didn't he?
Hello, Captain. We are ready for pushback.
Right, so poor starts, parking brake is on, takeoff data is confirmed. confirmed. Windows 8 are closed. PDs don't care about. Doors are closed and armed, and the beacon is on before sat checks complete.
Departure checks completed. Bypass pin inserted.
Queenstown traffic, New Zealand 612 is pushing back from stand 3 to face to the west. I think it's the tailwind, Liana. That's the thing. It's, you know, that's what's eaten into the performance.
Lock in gear.
At least we pushed back on time anyway. Reset rudder. That's part of the after start scans. Nose right. Nope, that's okay. I'm going to have to do a quick edit pushback on this because I'm not quite sure that's correct. It's not nose right. I thought I changed this. Should be there.
Exiting from editing mode. Please wait.
No.
Release parking brakes, please. Commencing push.
Need to double check that GSX profile,
All
I think.
engines clear.
That's done.
Start at will.
That's done. Yeah, it's part of the after start scans, this, Bruno, so you're getting ahead of yourself a bit there, mate. It was heavy. Yeah, it's, yeah, it'd be interesting to see what the regulated takeoff weight was for that one on your aircraft. Right, engine mode selector is starts. And starting 2. So this is New Zealand, no idea what they're doing. Doesn't matter. Starting both engines doesn't make a difference.
Please set parking brakes.
Right, set.
Waiting your confirmation for a good engine start.
Good start on 2. Come on. There we go, starting 1. 70 tons. Oh Christ, you were heavy. Yeah. I know nothing about the performance of the 7.3 Dark, so yeah, I'm not gonna say anything on that one. But yeah, bloody hell, we wouldn't have done that with the Airbus. Right, I'm gonna get rid of you just because.
Cockpit to ground. We have a good engine
I want to get rid of
start.
you, basically.
You can disconnect.
Right, that's looking good. That's back to normal.
Unlocking gear.
Are they doing this stupid bloody... What is it with GSX and doing this to the bloody brakes? I don't get that. Anyway, that's done. That's done. Don't need the anti-ice. That's done. That's done. Right, important bit. That's done. Reset the rudder. Flat 3. And
Left is clear, right is
what was
clear.
it? 29.1. It's probably about there. Status, that's checked. Yeah, why does it do this with the bloody brake temps? Fuck's sake. Well, I'm probably... Can I ignore it? Fuck's sake. It's annoying because, I mean, they were like 180 degrees or something, which is... Yeah, I know you can reset it, Chris. That's not the point. They were like 180 degrees. And, you know, I wanted them to be like that so I could monitor them for takeoff. But now if I reset it, you know, it goes back to something stupid, 15. So, you know, it completely defeats the purpose of what I did on the ground. So I fucking hate that bug. It's fucking ridiculous. And it sort of almost did it a little bit in Auckland, but it didn't do it for very long. Anyway, tug and tow bar's disconnected. That's done. The after start anti-ice is off. Ecam status was checked. Pitch trim is 29.1%. Rudder trim is neutral. Right, let's do the flight controls. Full up, full down, neutral, full left, full right, neutral, full left rudder, full right rudder, neutral. That's on. That's all on me. Fucking click spots. I fucking hate these things. That's done. That's done. The after checks. Anti-ice is. I've done this anyway. So best performance. We've got 4 length figures for runway 05. That's where I'm going to go. Engine out is just basically follow this left-hand turn and then activate the secondary and sort of go off towards the south. The engine out. Departure is this Ampov 3 Alpha departure, stopping flight level 150 initially. It's the monitoring the brakes because yes, exactly. Yeah, because I don't have brake fans, Chris, so I've got to monitor them. Yeah, so I don't have brake fans, so I've got to make sure they're below 300 knots. Yeah, stopping flight level 150. Taxi checks, flight controls are checked. Flap setting is config 3. FMA is climb nav blue 1FT2. Radar predicted wind shear is all on. Eco memo is takeoff no blues, and the EFBs are stowed and disconnected. And New Zealand 612 is taxiing to runway 05 at Queenstown. Somebody did say, what's safe for West? Yeah. I'm sure Christian said something about there was a way to stop this. I don't know what it was. I don't know if it's starting the engines after the push or waiting. Maybe that's the solution. Just wait until you've got the brakes on. I don't know. Or disconnecting it. I don't know. Right. Anyway, brakes are checked. This guy going into Queenstown has finally turned around. Right, we're going to line up. Did I start at the time? No, I didn't because I'm at bell end again. I hate these click spots. Would you sort it out, Phoenix, for fuck's sake? It's not hard, is it, just to get a fucking click spot in the right place? Fucking useless. Right, that's done. The packs are going to stay on. That can go on TARA. Well, line up checklist cabin is good for takeoff. Takeoff runway is runway 05 full length. And TCAS is TARA. Packs 1 and 2 are on. So the approach is clear. Approach is clear on 05. So 67.4, so that's below what we've calculated. God, this is struggling. I don't know why. So we've got the headwind, which is fine. That's what we need. So that's all good. We've done all the checks. We've had 3 minutes. Perfect. Let's get out of here and get back to Auckland. That's all done. Lights are done. APU's off. Bleeds. Packs are on. That's all fine. Good. Brilliant. Mantoga SRS. Thrust is set. Knots. E1. Rotate. Faster climb, gear up. Maybe one. Thrust climb, climb. And set standard. Standard is set and cross checks. Flight level 10 is blue.
Terrain ahead.
Okay, it's acknowledged with visual. Happy. It's a very pretty departure, that's for sure. Got the airport was on south, a few frequencies good. May try the Orbix one. Is there an Orbix Queenstown? Dark. Should be on below for the approach prime. Yeah. TCAS, it goes back to auto. That's why it goes back to above. It should have been back to above. Should have done that for the departure. Yeah. So it's 180 knots. Once we pass this, we can go up to 195 knots. That'd be S speed or above S speed. Why'd you set so standards? No, it's not Jeffrey. No, it's whenever you're cleared up to a flight level, you set standard. I mean, there are constraints here which are technically altitudes, but you know, I'm basically assuming we're going to be above that. In fact, I'm assuming just ATC have cleared us. So, you know, I'm not exactly sure why these constraints are in here. I mean, there's no one around, so open climb. And now we're approaching above flight level 100. I'm going to go direct to Metux as well. So we're above the MSA and I'm visual. So I'm happy with the terrain clearance, happy we don't need to sort of comply to the rest of this departure. So I'm going to go direct Metux, and I'm going to go manage speed as well, so we can start cleaning up. So above our speed, so speed's checked, flat 1. No ATC, so I'm just going to go straight up to the cruise, which is 35. So 350 is blue. Right, above the MSC, so I can go back to standard. Landing lights, and the rest of the lights can all go. For SB, flap 0, speed checked, flap 0. Let's disarm, gear is up, lights are all done, we can release the cabin crew. That was Queenstown, so that wasn't too bad, pretty straightforward. Find this waypoint again. What was the waypoint? Near Muhut, wasn't it? Yeah. So I think we get to top of climb, more or less a beam Mount Cook, which is quite nice. Muhut. Alright, it's obviously a little bit turbulent, just obviously a bit windy and all the sort of wind coming off the mountains, so a little bit turbulent for the time being. It's interesting to see what the weather's like back in New Zealand, back in Auckland even. Yeah, this is what I was saying earlier. Like, you know, you can get the Orbex mesh for New Zealand, but you know, do you need it? Do you, I mean, it's £20, I think. You know, do you need to get the mesh for New Zealand? I mean, this looks pretty bloody good as it is. You know, that I would say that's pretty realistic. You know, that's modelled the terrain very well. You know, okay, yeah, maybe it's not that detailed in the distance, but I'm sure it'd get a bit more detailed the closer you fly to it. You know, the valleys and everything else. I don't really know what the mesh is going to give you. It probably gives you something extra, but you know, I think for what we're doing here, just sort of flying the airliners, it's perfectly good enough. You know, that looks good enough to me. Why you'd need to spend another £20 to get mesh to make that look any better, I'm not exactly sure. Right, it seems smooth enough, so belts are going off and it's going to get a bit more bumpy later on. What update 12 next one is New Zealand is going to look... Oh, is it? Awesome. Okay, nice freak back, yeah. New 1 metre... Oh, they certainly don't really need it, do you? The next plane probably, but no. I mean, this does look pretty good. This looks good to me anyway. So I think this is probably Mount Cook in the distance as well. It's probably that. Has to be for generation low altitude. Yeah, I think so, Chris. I mean, even low down, the terrain still looked pretty good. I don't know. It's maybe for higher end systems or something, or yeah, I don't really know, to be honest. Right, all the overhead's good. There's nothing else on there that I need to worry about. That's all done. Don't think I've got anything down there. Guard can go on. That's done. That's done. Don't need any of those. Progress. So 350. That's the optimum. That's perfect. Performance. Leave that as it is. Fuel. We'll sort that out once we get to top of climb. Secondary. That can be copied. So if anything went wrong from here, we would probably look to go straight to Christchurch, which is up here. So yeah, quite likely probably go in that direction. It's about 20 minutes away. Obviously a little bit of terrain between here and there as well, just to be aware of. Mesh gives reduced line of distance morphing and 10 metre. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, I suppose it is a little bit better. I suppose that just help if you're a bit lower down, isn't it? General aviation aircraft maybe. I'm intrigued to know what route I should have done. Back to New Zealand, because it did say, where is it, standard route clearance, so Yankee 569 Lofter 655. Back 277. Yeah, there's like a route clearance from Queenstown to Auckland, which is not the route I took, but I'm interested to see. Interesting to see where I should have gone. Now there is a 655. It says Lofter. Oh, so I'm going to Lofter, I suppose. So I've got Lofter 655. I'm sort of doing it, to be fair. Yeah, pretty much. It's Pokem, yeah. So really what I'm not doing is I should have gone a bit further inland from Lofter. I should be going a bit closer to Wellington and then up. So I'm sort of cutting the corner a bit. Oh, it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Yeah, so Mahout, so I think this is, we're looking at Mount Cook. I think this is probably it right here. So yeah, I should get a little bit detailed as we get a bit closer. I think what I might do is I could go on a heading. Actually, just leave it in that. It'll probably be close enough. It won't be too far off. Just to get a good view of it. Bit of sightseeing. General aviation with a mesh from Queenstown for Sad is an amazing flight. Yeah, I never did that in real life. It's going to be nice to have done that. I never really got the chance. It was a bit far away for us to go anyway. Sort of. That's a long way for us to fly where we were training from. Let's have a quick look at New Zealand, Auckland. Let's see if the weather's got any better. It probably hasn't. Weather. Oh, that's actually 190 at 22, 6,000 in rain. So yeah, it's gone a little bit. 972 on the QNH. That's pretty low. We need to do that, don't I? Forgot to do that bit. NZ Queen N. Two. So a little bit of a crosswind, but not too bad. I'm going to switch this off as well because this was horrific. The aircraft didn't flare at all in Queenstown, so I don't think that's helped me at all. So I'm switching the realistic size stick off. I thought that might have helped me, but I don't think it did. Yeah. Oh, hello, buddy. Here's my little doggy. Good boy. I think it's a bit harder to sort of identify Mount Cook when you're closer because it's a bit harder to pick it out. Is it? There's a valley, so I think Mount Cook Airfield is down here, so I think it's up here somewhere on the left. Send your DM. Appreciate if you could take a look later on. Okay, yeah, I will. I'll have a look in a bit. Oh, this is probably Mount Cook here, I think. Yeah, probably this one. This looks like the tallest. Okay, yeah, I've seen it, Lemon. Okay, I've got it. Yeah, I'll reply back to that when I can. So yeah, I'm fairly sure this is Mount Cook here. This certainly looks like it's the highest peak. Mount Cook Airfield, I think, is at the bottom of this sort of this fork in the sort of valley. So yeah, it's Mount Cook Airfield down here. Itchy ear on. So I think it's just where the detail's not quite drawn in, just a little bit too far away from it. But I'm sure a bit closer up that would look pretty good. You can see the detail down here on the sort of terrain that's a little bit closer. So I'm sure if we were just ever so slightly closer to it from here, it would look pretty good. You see it sort of slowly blending in. Probably a little bit too late to... Go a little bit off piece, there's nobody around. That's 1,000 to go. It's harder to see it, I think, up here. So yeah, this must be Mount Cook. In fact, you can see the airport. There's Mount Cook Airport down there. So yeah, this has got to be it. I guess people just climb it, do they? I suppose it's just a bit like Everest, isn't it? It's just not quite as big. They just climb it. I wonder how easy it is. It's probably not easy because it's a mountain, so yeah, it's probably not easy to climb. It's probably a bit easier than Everest. Right, let's go back to what's after Savla. Love to. There we go. So open climb, nav still, Mac out star. Speed up a little bit. 7, 8, that's okay. There we go, out cruise. I can go back to below. Engines are still working, that's always a good sign. Bleed's good. Pressurization, that's fine. That's all good. That's good. Fuel, so just under 2 tons. 2 tons on top of that that's about 7, 8.5. That's what we're left with. Good, so it's balanced, no leaks. APU, fine. Condition, good. Good. And so that's all looking normal. Perfect. What do I miss? So, didn't see an airport there on the map. Might be filtered this time. Watching a departure and approach YouTube video last night, and they seemed to be calling out when they was either over land or water. No, RLS. I mean, I think what do military guys do that, don't they? They say sort of feet wet or feet dry, whatever. I think military pilots do that, but yeah, commercial pilots, they don't give a shit whether they're over land or water, as long as they're above the MSA. That's all that matters. Just above the hard stuff that can kill you. But yeah, I don't say when I'm over the bloody water. I don't know. I've got no idea. You know, I'll be going over the water in a minute. That's as far as I know. A lot of things are a lot easier than climbing Mount Everest. Yeah. So what's the estimated time of arrival? So 7:24. So we're going to be landing just as the sun sort of set. Probably would have set actually by then. You see the sort of sun's dropping. So there's a bit of a line, isn't it? Bit of an obvious line for the snow, quite blended in. Yeah, I wanted to land at about 07 or 10 past 7 Zulu, so in about 55 minutes time, just to sort of get a nice sort of sunset. But I think the weather's crap, so it's not going to make much difference. It's just going to be dark anyway. But yeah, the weather's not particularly good, so it's kind of irrelevant really. It's not going to make a huge amount of difference. Right, let's have a quick look at some weathers. So we looked at, we got Auckland's Got such an itchy head. Let's just get Christchurch, which is sort of the other side of the island, just in case something goes bang. So Christchurch is 0707, all the lines good. So Christchurch is good. That's always a good bolt hole. NZAWN. Wellington is 150, 16 gusting 30. I don't really want to go there, it's not particularly that good. There is a military airfield that's north of Wellington. Called Ohakia, I think it was called, I can't remember the name of it now. Ohakia or something, yeah. But that's got a nice long runway, which might be a better option to go to. Certainly weather-wise, and I'm sure Air New Zealand would be able to get in there if they needed to. OH is the 4-letter code for that. And then you've got Hamilton, which is just a bit further north than that, but it's, I don't know, might not have any weather for that one. Ohakia, no response, there we go, no weather for that. Let's have a look at Hamilton. ADC delay for it. Was it a minute? I don't care. No response, I think, for Hamilton either. Well, I'm sure Auckland would be fine. Hey, far Kirby. Alright, so do a fuel check at Lofton when we get there. Try and remember to do that. What was the weather? Put this in. So 190 at 22. Temperature is 17 degrees, 972. God, 17 degrees. So a bit of a threat there, Veloki and H. What's the minimum? It's 200 and something, I think it was. Approach, ILS. Where you gone? 23 left. 223 is the minimums. Config 4, yeah, I think that'd be fine. When are we descending? So it's at 07. Top of drop, there we go, 0705, so about 45 minutes time. It's not too bad, that works for me. Perfect, there we go, that's nice, easy flight back to Auckland. Is the ETP way actually to fly in the Airbus most of the time? I've heard different things. Yeah, it is, but yeah, it's always there. So yeah, that's it. You know, on a flight like this, it's pretty straightforward. You'd probably just leave it like that. But so, I mean, you can amend it. So, trying to think what would be useful. So, you know, we know Christchurch is okay. I've probably got the fuel for Christchurch actually. But you know, you can change it. So this is between Queenstown and Auckland. But if I put Christchurch CH and Auckland, it's going to put a different ETP point. So I know that when I'm here, I'm halfway between Auckland and Christchurch. So, you know, it's not really relevant for a flight like this because we've got airports everywhere. But if we were doing sort of two isolated aerodromes that were maybe, you know, thousands of miles apart, hundreds of miles apart, you could put an ETP in. It's quite useful for things like Canaries and Madeiras. The Azores, itd be quite useful, sort of those sort of airports, because you've effectively got an ETP point. So if you have a problem like a depressurization or an engine failure, if all this is sea, you sort of got a much more realistic equal time point between the two airports either end. And then you can either say, right, if we get a failure before the ETP, like a depressurization, we'd turn around and go back to the waypoint, airport we've just sort of been to. And equally, if we've gone past the ETP, we'd then just sort of carry on, because we're then effectively closer. So, yeah, it's always displayed, and by default, it's the departure and arrival waypoints. So by default, for us, it's Queenstown to Auckland. So it's always that by default, but you can change it. You can change it really easily in that page there. It is, yeah. It's a lot more probably relevant for things like ETOPS, and obviously, the 320 doesn't really do ETOPS stuff that often. I mean, there are, you've got who is it? JetBlue take the 320 across the pond. SASTU, I think they take Neos across the pond. So they do sort of do ETOPS stuff, and it is a bit more relevant for those sort of flights, or just flights where you're doing a long bit of the flight across the ocean. Like if we were doing this, we were doing New Zealand to Sydney, for example. That's flying all across the is it the Tasman Sea? I believe that's what it's called. I've got no idea, but yeah. But you're flying between potentially Sydney and Auckland, and you've got nothing in between the two airports. So I suppose still going to be departure and arrival, but if you've done like a longer flight from inland, say you did like Melbourne or something. Where is Melbourne's out to the south? Yeah, wherever. If you've done something where the departure or arrival airport is more inland, it's really useful for when you're over large sort of bodies of water. Right, let's have a quick look at the arrival. Davy, Anza 8,000, then to Zorba 240 knots, 6,000 feet. That's not the arrival I did the other day. That's what I want. I want the Davy 6 Alpha. Davy 2 knots, so a Accu. And 9,000 there, Zorba, yeah. Sabav 4,000 and MRAG, yeah. Perfect, that will do. A Resol 1,000, good. Maybe we'll just leave that all in manage. That did work quite nicely the other day when I did it, so yeah, that should be fine for the arrival. That's all done, that's done. RLS will pre-populate eventually. 2-3 left. Performance we've got. Small managing the descent for the speeds, 223. And that's all good. Fuel is, so we've got an extra 40 minutes. We've certainly got enough to give it another go, and then potentially we'll even go down to Wellington or Hamilton. I don't know what the weather is for Hamilton, but yeah, enough to go somewhere else. I'm just going to go off the microphone for a little bit, just 5 minutes, guys. Just need to get a little bit of food, just get a drink, just make sure the dog's alright. So I'll be back in probably about 10 minutes. Right, I am back, guys. I'm just having a very quick bite to eat, so don't worry if I've got a bit quiet. Just a bit of soup. Right, weather's obviously starting to come back. This is the weather for Auckland, isn't it? Not particularly good. It's just all the clouds coming back. This is relatively smooth for the time being. But yeah, tops are definitely up to 37, possibly even 390. So yeah, getting back into this pretty nasty weather. In fact, as I sort of said, it was not too bad. It starts getting bumpy. Let's go 7.6 speed. What have I missed? New Zealand, yeah, 222. Not particularly nice down there. Not the best day for weather, but not the worst. What is RE? Recent rain, yeah. We're talking about Vigar and Gav's little expedition the other day. Yeah, I did do a video in a similar sort of conditions. It wasn't quite as bad as what he did, but I managed to get it down. But I was probably very, very close to the tail strike limit, so I fancy giving it another go just to try a couple of things, just to see if it works a little bit better. Doing a slightly different approach. Or at least flying the approach of us slightly differently. Morning, Shaquille. Just eating a bit of lunch, so I'll be back on very, very shortly. Be going down in a minute as well. So yeah, I'll be back on in a minute, just to do a very quick brief. Oh, right, sorry, yeah, I'm back on, so I was having something very quickly for a bit of late lunch. Good, so fog, it's not foggy, is it? Bloody hell. So what are we doing? What's the arrival? Davey, it's not that one, is it? It's the 6 Alpha we're doing. So the arrivals will sort of be looked at, it's all in there. I'm just going to leave it in managed descent. Managed speed seems to do a pretty decent job. Obviously the weather's pretty grotty. It's going to be pretty bumpy on the way down. No battery. Oops. Let's plug that in. There we go. So let's have a quick look at that. So it's very bumpy, this sort of height, 24 knots. So yeah, not too great. 2,200 meters, rain, mist. Yeah, crap, innit? 972 on the QNH. Not good at all. Oops. Belts on, Christ. Yeah, obviously sort of bit of the eye of the storm, I suppose, for this. Not too sure it's like a tropical cyclone or anything, but it's not far off, is it? Yeah, sure, that's just me. I need to get on the ground and get out actually pretty quick. I'm a little bit later than what I was hoping to be, just due to the delayed departure out of Queenstown by 10 or 15 minutes. So I've got to do writing this down. So what do we got? God, I can barely even see the screen. 224, nice winds. What do we got? 16 degrees, 972. What's the descent? It's 9,000 and 4,000. It's going to go 4,000, I think. Start the descent now. So there we go. Mat descent Let's go manage speed. Set the QNH. And there we go, QNH is cross-checked. 4000 is blue. Let's get this stuff into the box. 7 to 16 degrees. So it's going to be quite turbulent on the approach, I think. Minimum is config full, that's fine. IMG, that is the ILS. Yeah, Tim is collocated with that. Fine. Progress, runway, performance, done all that. Fuel, got loads of extra fuel, not actually going to go anywhere else because I haven't really got time to do that, so we're going to have to land on the first attempt. I might get a medium order brake just because it's quite strong winds. We're going to vacate where we can and park sort of pretty much where we started, so probably Alpha 6 or Alpha 8 vacated and going back to the domestic stands. Having to hold it NRAG due to the tailwind being too... What do you mean tailwind being too high? You only need the tailwind to be... What do you mean the tailwind's too high? NRAG, what do you mean? That doesn't make any sense. You can still shoot an approach with a tailwind, as long as it's within limits on the ground, you're fine. Anti-ice is gumming on. So yeah, it might be a little bit blustery on that approach, so if we need to slow down, we will. What made you put the engine selected during light moderate turbulence? If it's light to moderate, Jeffrey, normal is still fine. If it's severe turbulence, technically, like the FCOM sort of suggests, flight crew training manual sort of says put it into ignition start if it's severe. So, similar to what it was like getting out of Auckland this morning, it was like sort of heavy rain and potentially sort of severe turbulence, so I did put it on ignition. It probably didn't really warrant it, but it was there anyway. Better to have it on and not need it, and need it and not have it on, I suppose. Yeah, medium order brake. It's a nice long runway, so there's no real major problems getting into Auckland at all. It's just going to be a little bit windy. Tailwind caused to be too high on the profile to... fair enough, okay. Alright, yeah, makes sense. Yeah, you've got a little bit of a tailwind, haven't you, from the south at the minute. It might be dark when I actually get on the ground. Yeah, there's not going to be much light. But, loose weather's not looking too bad. A little bit clear, but a little bit of stuff here. Might potentially, there's probably maybe a bit of a build up here. Might just go round that actually. I don't really like the look of that. Just heading. And Auckland traffic, New Zealand 612 is starting at descent 4,000 feet on the Davi 6 Alpha departure. Arrival even. Yeah, it's a little bit of a build up there. It's just going to sort of visually go around the side of this. Maybe a little bit more than that. 015. And then we might be able to get direct to MRAG or somewhere around there. Sabav, that's sort of on the Arnav arrival. Not too bad off to the east, looking reasonably okay there. Just a little bit of a build up around here. That's looking a bit clearer. Looks good. Now Sabav. Managed descent. Thrust idle. Because it's a little bit turbulent as well on the approach, I might just add a couple of knots to VAP. So I might go for 145 on the VAP. Also a little bit awkward. It's still daylight where I am, but I'll be landing at night, so it's going to be a little bit hard to see the screen. So I've got a sort of reflection from the daytime where I am, but you know, it's going to be a little bit darker actually in the sim. We'll make it work. Right, I think anti-ice can come off for a second. Right, well, let's make sure the cabin's secure. Let's do the approach checks. Barrow FQNH 972 is set. Seatbelts are on. Minimum is a barrow of 223 feet set. Sort of brake is medium and the EFBs are stowed, and I'll leave it connected for the time being. Just forgot to plug it in. Approach checks are complete. I think it's nice, quite a nice cabin model actually. Yeah. Nice purple lighting. Alright, 250 is selected. Speed rate 70. Well, yeah, I know, because I'm thrust idle, I'm slowing down. So, I don't know why it's a bit of a bug. And approach phase is activated. How many track miles we've got? 36 and 12,000, just about there, maybe a little bit more just to slow down. So I'm sure we can manage it. Clouds look good, yeah, don't look too bad actually. I mean, they're not on ultra, they're on a high, but yeah, it doesn't look too bad. Sim's coping reasonably well with it. Definitely seem quite high. 1,000 feet. So after Sabath we can go down to 3,000 feet. Temperature 16 degrees. We don't need anti-ice anymore. Temperature's warm enough. $6,000 feet to lose, almost 7, so we need about between sort of 18 and sort of 21 miles. Just sort of get in there. Auckland traffic, New Zealand 612, we're 10 miles from Sabah, the Alice Bridge, runway 23. It's getting dark very, very quickly. Alright, let's go manage speed. And flat 1, speed checks, flat 1. $180. Oh, 4,000, go down to 3,000 feet. That's a platform. Yeah, flap 2, speed checks, flap 2. Okay, assume if it cleared the approach. So yeah, glide slope block blue, cap 3 dual AP1 and 2, glide slope block star, 3,000 feet to the platform, and I think it's the go around as well. 3,000.
Auckland traffic 4876 vacated 23. We would like to report that the conditions of the runway is wet, heavy rain, and heavy gusts just before touchdown. Visual range of the runway is just before the camel measurement.
Thank you, that's copied. Alright, so yeah, it's getting pretty nasty. I mean, don't really want to get started looking at auto land limits. I mean, if we do, what's the crosswind limit for that auto land? So auto land, if we did need to look at it, we're looking at to find it. I think it's a 20 knot crosswind on the Neo. On the CEO even, sorry. Right, let's go manage speed. So we've got 25 knots, that's fine.
2,500.
What's crosswind's 20 knots, yeah, 20 knot crosswind limit. Auckland traffic, New Zealand 612, we are on a 7 mile final for 23 left. Alright, it's going to gear down. It's coming down. .32 knots, almost max crosswind, isn't it? Flat 3, so we check flat 3. So runway's going to be over here somewhere. And flat 4, so we check flat 4. Yeah, visual of the ground. And speed of the ground. Alright, landing checklist. Cabin is secure for landing. Go on altitude 3,000 feet is set, and the eco memo is landing over blues. It's VLS 133, about that. 145, yeah, I got about 12 knots on top of VLS, that's fine.
1,000.
1,000 is jets. So I just need to see some lights, don't need to see many, but just some approach lights for Cat 1. Got like a dot on my screen, I think it's a light, but it's not, it's just a bit of dust. Alright, there's the lights, a visual. Oh, what a horrible day. I thought it was going to be a nice, easy flight. I always seem to pick the days wrong.
$500.
500 stable. Disconnected.
$100 above. Minimum.
Continue.
100.
Flight slow.
30. 20. Retard. 10. 5.
Spoilers! Rare screen, decel. That'll do. Go to the next one. Yeah, what a horrible day. God. Compared to outside, it's nice blue sky outside. No, disconnect the brakes, there we go. Brakes disconnected. Right, I need to find where this is now. Is this Alpha 6? Something like that. And that's going to be Alpha 8. Okay, what's the time? I've got loads of time, it's fine. Alright, I don't want to be on the ground too long. I'm not going to do single engine taxi. For probably obvious reasons. Auckland traffic, New Zealand 612 is vacating at Alpha 8. And we're going to taxi via Alpha and then to the domestic stands. Probably stand 30 was available. don't think GSX will work again. I keep getting like errors for GSX, like the guidance. I've changed a lot of the guidance around and various things like, you know, the equipment, where the equipment is, and all sorts of things in profiles. Just sort of set it up so it's ever so slightly different to custom ones that you can download. But I always seem to get a bloody error message on it. I don't know why. You can go off. That's all. Done. You were fat like use, weren't you? That's done. That's done. Oops. Right, I think I've done everything. APU, on you come. So yeah, down here probably Bravo 5, I think. Bloody hell, yeah. Was that minus 13? Was it? Yeah, I don't know if it was that quite good, but you know, I think I was saying to this Gav the other day, like we were talking about Vagar. I mean, Vagar's a lot harder than Auckland because it's a lot shorter runway. It's a lot narrower as well, so you probably got a crosswind limiters on top of that. But you know, when it's really windy conditions like that, you just got to fly the aircraft. If you've got to use full side stick deflection, which I had full left side stick in at one point, and you know, almost full right rudder to align with the runway. So you know, if you need that amount of control input, then you know that's what you do. You know, you can't be too gentle with it. You know, you've just got to really manhandle the aircraft, especially in the sim. The sim is, I would argue, just a little bit less responsive than the real aircraft. The real aircraft is really responsive, so you know, you can have a little bit more finesse with the control inputs. You know, of course you need to because you're quite close to ground, so you need to be very precise, but the controls are generally very precise. In the sim it's not quite as precise. You know, there's almost a little bit of a lag, a bit of a sort of you know, it doesn't quite respond as much as what I'd want. So you know, sometimes you do just have to be a little bit more forceful, you know, and use maybe a bit more control inputs than what I'd normally do in real life. But you know, that's just what you got to do. But I'll take this next down. What's this next one? I think this is 29, isn't it? It's 29. Yeah, this should do. 29. No. Let's see if this works. So yeah, you've just got to sort of handle the aircraft, manhandle it. APU's there. Jesus Christ, slippery. It doesn't like it in the wet, does it? The nozzle steering doesn't respond at all. Differential braking, that'll do the job. Go on. Do these actually work? I don't think they do they? No, that's even worse. That's no bloody use whatsoever. Right, so yeah, AP is available. That taxi light's off. Accumulator's good, that's in the green. So yeah, I bet this fails. I bet the guidance fails in a second. Can't see the bloody guidance at all, really. It says left. I don't think so. I'm already right to centre line. Yeah, there we go. See, I knew that would fail. Now there is still guidance actually. Now there's guidance with the default scenery. That's actually not too bad. Yeah, I don't know why I keep getting that. I keep getting a bloody GSX like error message. Anyway, right, about 5 minutes. So APU is available. 1 and 2 is off. Yeah, it's bloody irritating that. Maybe I'll just have to delete the GSX profile that's in the thingy folder, the GSX profile folder, and just restart it. Just do it again. Just create it again, maybe. All right, that's below 10. That can come on. That can come on. Shut all these down, and I have to go out and give the dog a bloody good walk. So that's done. That's done. That's done. That's done. And we're all done. Don't care about GSX or deboarding or anything anymore because it won't bloody work because it's shit. That's done. That's done. Don't think there's anything else to do. Good. Deboard. Well, at least the jetty's come on. I suppose that's one thing. Right, so the parking checks. Red unpredicted wind shear is off. Parking brake is on. Engines are off. External lights are as required. Fuel pumps there all off. Your electric pump, that's off, and PDs is I don't care about them. Good, so there we go, guys. That's that was Auckland to Queenstown. Arguably, actually, a lot better, nicer weather in Queenstown than it was in Auckland. I don't install and reinstall GSX. Okay, yeah, that might be on the about chat, right? Yeah. Okay, could do it. It's when I'm on probably on a good line and altitude and is that the GSX, Chris? Yeah, I don't know. Is it just one of... No, it seems to be all of them, Ryan. It seems to be all of the ones that I've... was it stop raining? All of the ones that I've tweaked the GSX guidance. So, and it's all these safe dock ones. Like, you know, the other ones which aren't safe dock don't seem to be quite so bad. But yeah, anything which I've adjusted where it's got a safe dock system like this, they just don't like it. It just has an error code. What did it say? Panic log started. So I've got trace back. Let me just have a quick look. Let me just put this in. There we go. So if you can read that, I've got no idea what any of this means. It just doesn't like something. It's just it's thrown a wobbly over something, but I don't know. It's obviously something I've done. It's because I don't think it was like this prior to me amending the GSX profile, so you know, who knows. I don't care, doesn't matter too much. And actually, interestingly enough, the guidance still worked, so to be fair, it's not really that important, is it? Because there was still some guidance for the default scenery. Well, it's not default, it's the Flightbeam scenery for Auckland, and it did actually seem like the guidance worked for that anyway, so it was probably less important. I don't really care too much about the details on it before you go flying. As long as the guidance is there, it's actually quite nice, isn't it? Quite nice rain effects. What was the actual alignment like? That's pretty good. Seems to be bang on it, more or less. Maybe a tiny little bit too far. That's good enough for government work. It's fine. GSX won't work at all. No, it's completely just stopped. Whatever. Oh, loading. It won't work. Oh, it has. It has suddenly started. No, maybe it's not quite so bad. Whatever. Don't care. Anyway, guys, that's it. So yeah, hope everybody has a nice day. I've got to go to walk the dog. I've got to go take out for a good walk. And yeah, I don't think I'm going to do anything tomorrow, sadly. And I'm back to work in a couple of days as well, so I might not get a chance. I might get a chance Wednesday, possibly. I can't quite remember. I'm quite busy this week, so if I don't, then I won't get a chance. If not, I'll be back on next week at some point, doing something slightly different. So yeah, have a good day, guys. Hope that was fun. Hopefully it was relatively educational, because it's RMPAR stuff down in Queenstown. So there's a few things to think about down there, and obviously if there's any questions, usual stuff, put it in the comment section. You know, if you're on the Discord, if you're on Gaz Discord, certainly, you know, all the documentation is pretty much there just to sort of support all the stuff we were doing. So yeah, if there's any questions, or you know, not a bit unsure about something, then just have a, you know, wash it back and try and determine what I'm trying to say. I'm probably talking a load of bollocks as usual, but yeah, if there's any confusion, just ask me a question and hopefully I'll be able to clear it up. But in the meantime, yeah, have a good day, and I shall see you all later. Cheerio.